I'm going to start in Spanish just very briefly, but then I'll move on to English for the rest of the session, okay? Pero bueno, en castellano, lo primero, agradecer a todos los que estáis aquí, a los ponentes, a la revista de Economía Mundial, cuya sección especial presentamos hoy aquí. Ha sido la verdad que un gusto colaborar como siempre, ¿no? Con esta revista que ya luego su directora va a comentar algo al respecto, pero vamos, que ya va cumpliendo años y décadas, y desde luego es un honor seguir colaborando con esta revista y nuestro agradecimiento por habernos dado ese espacio, ¿no? También al ICEI, que siempre nos da espacio físico, literalmente, esta sala donde hemos tenido a tanta gente pues de referencia, ¿no? Y ahora una vez más, aunque desgraciadamente algunos por pantalla, en lugar de aquí con nosotros, pero bueno, es nuestro agradecimiento al ICEI también, al Departamento de Economía Aplicada, Estructura e Historia, todavía me cuesta nombrarlo, es tan largo, que también nos ha apoyado en la organización de este evento, y por supuesto pues a los ponentes, moderadores, a los que estáis aquí, a los que están al otro lado de la pantalla, por el interés mostrado, que ojalá luego se vaya conectando más gente, pero desde luego interés por recibir el link hemos tenido mucho, ¿no? O sea, ha mostrado mucho interés mucha gente. Now in English, just a few words of gratefulness to the journal that gave us space to publish this, or to coordinate this special section where so many very interesting authors participated. Also to the ICEI, this place that we're in right now, always providing space for very fruitful discussions in my eyes. And to our department, who also collaborated in the organization of this event. And needless to say, thanks to all the speakers, the moderators, the audience, both here and online. And in a little bit, I'll just say a few more words on the special section that we coordinated, Rafa Fernandez and myself. But first, let me please give the floor to Manuela de Paz, who's in the screen, from Huelva. She is the editor-in-chief of the Revista de Economía Mundial, or Journal of World Economy, and I think that since this event has sort of the excuse of presenting the special section that the journal published, it is an honor to have her with us to say a few words on the journal, or whatever she wants to say in order to help me open this workshop, this event. So Manuela, you have the floor. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Yo hablaré en español, luego ya tendréis bastante tiempo para hablar en inglés. Una cosita técnica para empezar, se está viendo la presentación de Wild en la pantalla. No sé si eso es queriendo o sin querer.
Es queriendo.
Ah, vale, magnífico. No, porque está él moviendo y entonces no sé si eso distrae o no distrae, pero bueno.
Robert, is it possible that you remove the presentation just for a few minutes before you start, so that whoever's online can see the faces better?
Okay, just tell me how I do that.
Stop sharing screen.
Sorry, stop sharing the screen.
That's correct, and then you will share again.
Okay.
Thank you. Manuela.
Nada, muy bien, yo creo que es mejor porque así os vemos las caras, o por lo menos vemos a alguien, ¿no? Bueno, buenos días, encantada de estar aquí en este foro, estoy feliz de que me hayáis invitado, es un honor para mí estar participando aquí como la directora de la revista de Economía Mundial, donde se presenta este número especial. Realmente es una gran disculpa para hacer un seminario de tanta calidad como vais a hacer hoy, ¿no? Bien, la revista de Economía Mundial, supongo que hay algunos, bastantes que lo conocéis, pero para los que no conozcáis, la revista es una revista, digamos, pequeña, de pequeño presupuesto, pero de ambiciones muy altas, ¿no? De grandes ambiciones. Clara García conoce muy bien la revista porque ha sido durante bastante tiempo editora y sigue siendo editora, está en el consejo casi desde el principio, y también Rafael Fernández también es bastante conocedor de esto, ¿no? Agradezco a los dos esta magnífica presentación del seminario, ¿no? Bueno, la revista de Economía Mundial, como digo, tiene grandes ambiciones, nació ya el siglo pasado, bueno, aunque sea 1999, fue el siglo pasado, ya tiene 22, 23 años, y bueno, este es el número 59, ¿no? Ya tiene prácticamente 60 números editados. Es una revista que, como digo, tiene una gran ambición. La ambición fundamental es ser un instrumento abierto a todos los que quieran utilizarla para divulgar sus investigaciones. Una revista abierta porque también cualquiera puede leer los artículos sin ninguna traba, simplemente pone en Google Revista de Economía Mundial y sale la página web y ahí puede acceder a cualquiera de los artículos que están publicados desde el principio. Y también es abierto porque fundamentalmente es abierto, es un instrumento abierto, una revista abierta porque no pone trabas a metodologías, orientaciones, distintas perspectivas de la realidad económica, ¿no? Sí está claro que la temática es economía mundial, pero es una temática que fundamentalmente, bueno, está abierta fundamentalmente a todos los estudios que se hagan, fundamentalmente empíricos, pero también incluso también teóricos, pero que también acepta todo tipo de orientaciones más heterodoxas, ¿no? No solamente, bueno, ahora que ya estamos pasando, digamos, la fiebre neoliberal, la fiebre más fundamentalista en el sentido del mercado como omnipotente, ¿no? Pues, bueno, la revista desde el principio ha tenido esa vocación de acoger otras perspectivas, ¿no? Otras perspectivas, otras explicaciones. Normalmente quizás más profundas, pero también menos matemáticas a veces, ¿no? Por lo tanto, es una revista que tanto por la temática como por la metodología como por la orientación es claramente abierta. En esa metodología pues, se aceptan artículos que fundamentalmente pretenden explicar la realidad, algún aspecto de la realidad, más que predecir de forma poco clara algunas variables de futuro, que también, por supuesto, se aceptan, pero más en la línea, por ejemplo, de este número, que no voy a hablar de él porque de la industrialización, desindustrialización y políticas industriales ya comentará Clara, y por supuesto todo el seminario, pero en esta línea, ¿no? Se aceptan trabajos que lo que pretenden es explicar la realidad y no solamente dedicarse en cuanto al objeto de estudio a ese objetivo fundamental del crecimiento económico, sino objetivos mucho más amplios, ¿no? Tanto de bienestar como de desarrollo económico, lo que hablamos, la diferencia entre desarrollo económico y crecimiento económico. Por lo tanto, es una revista que está abierta a todas esas perspectivas. No me quiero alargar porque, bueno, es conocida la revista. Lo que sí quiero es invitar a todos los investigadores que estamos en este seminario a aportar vuestros trabajos para que sean evaluados en la revista. La revista está indexada en todos los índices internacionales conocidos, desde el más alto JCR hasta cualquiera de los demás. Es bastante conocida fundamentalmente en Europa y América Latina, también en Estados Unidos. En España, por supuesto, que es donde nació hace ya bastante tiempo, auspiciada por la Sociedad de Economía Mundial. La Sociedad de Economía Mundial es una sociedad que recoge a los profesores e investigadores de economía mundial, fundamentalmente del ámbito español, latinoamericano, pero también europeo y más allá. Asia, hay algunos representantes asiáticos, etcétera, y de Norteamérica, por supuesto. Y bueno, es una sociedad que viene funcionando desde el principio. La revista y la sociedad nacieron juntos y bueno, pues es una sociedad que está avalando con sus reuniones anuales. La reunión de este año es, aprovecho para decirlo, ¿no? El 15-17 de junio de este año se produce la reunión ahí en la Complutense, donde estáis. Y bueno, pues esas reuniones la verdad que nos ayudan mucho para compartir, dialogar, hablar de metodología, hablar de nuevos sistemas. Y ahora que parece que por fin está decayendo algo, este mainstream tan aglutinador de lo que es la ideología neoliberal, bueno, pues es un gran momento para que reflexionemos y una gran responsabilidad para que intentemos avanzar en esa nueva economía, ¿no? Replanteándonos los objetivos, replanteándonos si el objetivo de la economía es solo saber o también transformar la realidad, replanteándonos las metodologías. Está claro que las metodologías actuales en economía y también en economía mundial van más hacia lo experimental, hacia la realidad más que lo teórico, etcétera. Pues habrá que replantearse también las metodologías e incluso los temas de estudio, ¿no? ¿A qué vamos a dedicar? ¿Qué vamos a estudiar, ¿no? Si vamos a seguir dándole vueltas al mercado omnipotente o vamos a introducir otros elementos que son importantes para explicar la realidad económica. Y poco más, simplemente volver a agradecer que se me haya dado la oportunidad de intervenir en este momento y también, bueno, invitar a todos los que están escuchando este seminario a que si tienen algún trabajo interesante sobre economía mundial, pues nos lo hagan llegar, que lo evaluaremos con todo el cariño. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Manuela, for your words. And I failed to say that she was my first boss. So it's always good to see her again. So just a very, 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 very short words on this special section and a couple of practical issues regarding the workshop of today, if you allow me. I don't want to say obvious things, but I guess I have to for this introduction very briefly. Everybody knows that there's a reemergence of industrial policy. It's in the mouths of everybody again after decades of these terms being neglected together, vilified even for the longest time. We believe, I'm sure everybody in this room and back there in the screen, that this is good news, that this reemergence is very good news, and it's good news in general, but it's also particularly good news, I guess, for our Rafa and my own academic environment, insofar we have grown up professionally in a department and teaching in a master's degree that's has always been particularly concerned about productive upgrading, policy issues, the political economy of growth, and so forth and so on, concerned about deindustrialization, structural change, etc. So it is a great opportunity for us to I don't know, continue to do what we were already doing, but in a new context with new eyes, in a new setup, where it is not quote quote forbidden anymore to think about these issues, talk about these issues. So, but we are all very aware that this reemergence defies, again, decades of mainstream that was totally somewhere else. And again, I don't want to say the obvious, but economic growth as a mantra, minimal state as a mantra, industrial policy, the best one is the one that does not exist, etc. And I also want to add that that mainstream paradigm included, again, you all know these very well, included its own definition, its own perspective on quality of institutions. So even when the paradigm went a little beyond minimal states, and when a role was assigned to the state and the state could do something, what this state could do or was allowed to do was to build quality, quote, quote, quality institutions, which basically consisted in formal, predictable rules, transparency, enforcement of those rules, and ensuring low barriers to entry, stuff like that, that I'm sure you're very aware of. But I wanted to stop just a second about that mainstream paradigm to I don't know, to sort of highlight the fact that what we are, I mean, the sort of the endeavor that we have ahead of us, or the work that we have ahead of us, it's a very big one. I mean, it's not just going from deeds to from words to deeds is a very complicated thing. It's decades of not thinking about these things, or not collectively, or many, enough critical mass of academics thinking about these things. It's decades of policy making with inertias of all kinds. It's decades of implicit ideologies, all over the place, again, in academia and in policy making. So we've got a big, we've got a big endeavor, I guess, or a big challenge ahead of us. So yes, industrial policy is back. Yes, it has reemerged in discourses, in public speeches, in all kinds of places. But it does so in a context that, I mean, this reemergence is in a context that is very different from before. Or before, meaning when industrial policy was something acceptable decades ago, and after again decades of ideologies, inertias, etc., being embedded all over the place, academia and policy making alike. So I think that it's, I'm just trying to say that any contribution we believe to thinking collectively about these issues is a good idea. That's why we put together this special section, and we did it inviting authors, or possible authors that not only were very well known and of reference in their own subspecializations of the topic. Not only they were very well known, but they, in my eyes, embrace sort of the, I don't know, the perspectives that I personally, and Rafa too, we personally believe are necessary in order to overcome oversimplifications when it comes to industrial policy, right? So what can these oversimplifications be? And they're very frequent. I think if we just glance through policy papers, we're going to find many of these absences or oversimplifications. One of them, in my eyes, has to do with commonplaces, right? We have to be very conscious that industrial policy is context-based, it's history, it's space and time-based, and therefore we have to be very knowledgeable of the place and time that proposals are being placed. And it is our missions, in my kind of Matsukato language, are not the same now as they used to be, whatever, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Technology has changed too. So international economic relations, needless to say. So there's a new context that has to be global value chains, etc. All these things have to be very acknowledged, very into the purpose of industrial policy analysis these days. The fact that it's context based, or should be in our eyes. Another usual, I don't know, I guess oversimplification when it comes to analyzing or proposing industrial policies is the sort of the, again, sorry about redundancies, the oversimplification of what institutions are. It is very frequently acknowledged that institutions are important, but very frequently institutions are defined in a very, I don't know, superficial, if you allow me, manners. Institutions are not just policies. Institutions are not just institutions of the state, and institutions are not just bad or good institutions defined in dichotomous ways, as it has been in so many cases. Like very frequently now, good governance, bad governance. I'm afraid it's a little more complicated, and authors in the special issue are very aware of that. And a third realm or third element that should always, element of reality, again, that should always be taken into account when thinking about industrial policies. So one is context, the second one is the complexity of institutions, and the third one is power and conflict. And what can I say? That needs to be also included in these the acknowledge of the existence of power relations and power asymmetries and possibilities of conflict of interest is something that should be taken into account when doing analysis in industrial policy. And again, so my really sincere gratefulness to the authors in the special section, but also to the non-authors in the special section, but present here today as speakers, because apart from them being very relevant references in this area of study, as I was saying before, I think they represent very well this acknowledgement of the task that we have ahead of us, which again is not minor. I don't want to take more time. I don't think I should. So just let me say a couple of things regarding the seminar or the workshop. I'm not going to talk about the authors of the special section now, because we will introduce them later as they speak. Just let me mention very briefly Adrián Rial, who's an author in the special section, but not present today as a speaker. My gratefulness to him too for a wonderful paper that he contributed on the industrialization and productivity to the section. And what else? We have one speaker that has, I don't know how to say this in English, dropped out, no, canceled, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry to say, maybe he can connect from home. We're not certain about that yet. That's Rafael Miro, who wrote a paper on Spain's industrial structure and need for industrial policy in the special section. Rafa, I don't know if I cannot see the whole list of participants right now, but if you're there, thanks for connecting. And if you're not, we really hope you can connect later. I'll write to him in a minute. But apart from that, the organization is going to be as planned. So the schedule, you know, that now we'll have a 5-minute break, and then we'll have a first panel with a talk by Robert Waite, but I'm not going to introduce that until it starts. Participation of people online, please use the chat freely. And I'll try to, or we will try to gather your questions and your queries for whenever the Q&A part of the panels occur. And I don't think, Rafa, am I missing anything regarding logistics, practical stuff? Are we okay? So if that's okay with you, we're just going to stop for 2 minutes and then we'll go back to Robert Wade for his for the first panel. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so in order to fight against these oversimplifications, we thought that it was a good idea to start with this panel with industrial policy from a historical perspective, and no one better than Robert Wade to give us this long-term perspective. Today, industrial policy is a trending topic, but in the dark days, back in the 80s and 90s, when industrial policy was something almost forbidden, it was a taboo, Robert Wade was observing reality, and he was explaining us how important industrial policy was. He was telling us that it was impossible to understand the Asian miracle without taking into account the industrial policies that had been implemented there. It was impossible to understand economic development without industrial policies. He was explaining us that it was not something about just solving market failures, but about governing markets. And this book, Governing Markets, is still a reference for all of us. And I really recommend everybody to read again that book and all the other researches that Robert Wade did at that time, because I think it's really good to do that in order to discuss right now in a new context what industrial policy is about. Robert Wade is a very well-known researcher, and he has received the Leontief Prize. He has been awarded by with the Leontief Prize, and I don't know. I don't have anything more to say. Nuria Puig is gonna be the discussion after a 30 minutes presentation. And Nuria Puig, thank you, Nuria, for being here today, for accepting our invitation. She's professor here in the faculty in the economic history department. No, economic history department. The economic history. Yeah, we belong to the same department. I don't know how to.
Economic history area of study.
Area of study. Okay. She has studied the Spanish industrialization. He has studied the role of foreign investment in the Spanish industrialization, the role of firms, the large corporation, but also the small and medium firms in industrialization processes. She has studied institutions also, trade unions and the role of trade unions, and the role of the state, not only in Spain, but also in other European countries, especially in Germany. And I'm sure that she's gonna give us very interesting insights on what Robert Wade is gonna present us right now. Okay, so Robert, please go ahead when you want. We are willing to hear you.
Okay, well, first of all, can you hear?
Yeah.
Can you hear? Right. So let me say, first of all, that I am very happy to be part of this project of Clara and Rafa and others to bring industrial policy back from the dead. Clara said that these days industrial policy is on the mouth of everybody. That's a quote. Well, just a few days ago, I had a conversation with a lady who is doing a master's degree in economics at the famous London School of Economics. And she is a mature student. She worked for several years at the Central Bank of Canada before coming to do the master's degree at LSE. And I mentioned that I was going to give a talk on industrial policy. And she said to me, "What is industrial policy?" It turns out that she had never even heard the term. And I mean, this just underlines the point that, yes, there is now more discussion of industrial policy, but it has by no means regained what you could call good currency in policy circles in the economics profession. And one of the problems, one of the great background problems is a terminological problem. First of all, as you know, industrial policy has long been a toxic phrase, a forbidden phrase, but also it's a very fuzzy phrase. It's fuzzy, more so, for example, than phrases like fiscal policy, monetary policy, macroeconomic policy. The boundaries of industrial policy are much less clear. And also, and thirdly, it's not even accurate because it's too limited to industry, or it seems to be. And so a phrase more like technology and innovation policy would be more accurate. But let me go straight to the point about its partial return, because this anchors it down in empirical specifics. So this example of the partial return refers to a paper by two IMF economists. That's important. They are IMF economists. They're not in some left-wing think tank. They're in the IMF. But it's important, they are both from developing countries, and they published an IMF working paper in 2019 called "The Return of the Policy That Shall Not Be Named, Principles of Industrial Policy." And this title captures the toxicity of the phrase industrial policy. And they were able to publish it in the IMF, admittedly as a working paper. So this is not a high status paper. This is a low status paper, but it has the IMF name on it. They were able to publish it because the mindset in advanced countries, ACs, is changing. And the US, Germany, France, the UK are making explicit plans which could be called industrial policy plans right now as we speak. However, important qualification. Well, I made one, which is that this is a working paper. It's not a high status IMF paper. But the second point, the second qualification is that many in the fund, as these two economists have told me, many in the fund remain instinctively hostile to any talk of industrial policy. There is no operational guidance for fund staff. And so most mission chiefs fall back on the usual narrative, which is to say they are simply silent about industrial policy or they are hostile to industrial policy. So let me pin the change over time down a bit more with reference to data that these same two economists and one other at the IMF collected. What they did was to analyze the frequency of certain words, 113 words related to economic growth in Article 4 staff reports of the IMF, which are issued every 1 or 2 years for almost every country in the world. So they analyzed the frequency of words, these 113 words, in over 4,500 country reports between 1978 and 2019. And on this basis, they identify a number of dominant growth narratives. So at any one time, there will be a dominant growth narrative. And then over time, the growth narrative shifts into another narrative. So with reference to industrial policy, they make one main conclusion and then a qualification. The main conclusion is that the phrase industrial policy occurs in these IMF country reports at a very low frequency all the way through 1978 to 2019. And most of those references occurred before 1990. After 1990, the term, as they say, has fallen into oblivion. But then the qualification, there's been a small uptick. And so this, just pay attention to the dark line, not the other lines, the dark line. I'm moving my cursor. You can see that after 1990, well, first of all, you can see, although the larger context is not given, but the fact of the matter is that all the way through, this frequency of the term industrial policy compared to the other terms related to growth has been very low. But then after 1995 or so, the term practically disappeared. But there has been a small, emphasized small uptick in the frequency in the last few years. So that's the situation with reference to the IMF, but I will refer later to some examples of advanced countries which are implementing plans which look to be industrial policy, whether they call them that or not. So just in a nutshell, the history, I identify three periods. Period one, which is the 19th century, well into the second half of the 20th century, where many Western governments deployed what we would call industrial policies, sometimes related to military buildups. The second period, 1980s, the Reagan-Thatcher period, to the 2010s. During this whole long period, the very phrase industrial policy was toxic. This was the time when neoliberal economics, neoclassical economics, neoliberal economics, and its axiom that less state is better dominated Western policy making. And then the third period, you could say, being optimistic, the period of the rebirth of industrial policy. In the past decade, the practice of industrial policy, and even to some extent the phrase, have come into what I call semi-good currency in the West. For example, a statement by Aginger and Roderick in 2020, after a period of decline and premature predictions of demise, industrial policy is back on the scene. Robert Atkinson, 2021, says industrial policy is back on the table in Washington after a 35-year hiatus. And even The Economist recognizes, but it regrets, that, quote, the less state is better consensus is fraying, that is eroding. And then that all that poses the question of why, what has been driving this? Well, time limitations mean that I'm not going to spend more than a few minutes on this first period, except to remind you that US industrialization from the beginning of the 19th century right through till the 1930s was driven by an industrial policy system, which was named. It was named the American system, and it had three main pillars: a national bank, federal subsidies for infrastructure to knit the country together to make an integrated national market, and thirdly, and very importantly, tariffs on manufactured imports, and tariffs such that from 1860 to 1933, the US had one of the highest average tariff rates on manufactured imports in the world. It was only really after the Second World War that the US saw the wisdom of free trade. it was nothing like. It was, in fact, it was called the mother of protectionism before the 1950s. And of course, Germany, Japan also deployed things that we would call industrial policy quite vigorously. And I'm just going to skip these ones. I'll come on to make a couple of remarks about development economics, because post-war development economics took for granted that market failures were pervasive in developing countries, and this provided a rationale, even within neoclassical economics, for an active government steering the production structure, trying to steer the production structure of the economy. Names like Rosenstein, Rodin, Myrdal, Hirschman, Singer, Prebisch, Chenery, Lipton, Dudley Sears, and many others would have agreed that this was an appropriate role for the government, because spontaneous industrialization in developing countries was unlikely because of a whole set of market failures, and the state should fix these market failures and go beyond fixing to imparting directional thrust to accelerate industrialization. They emphasized the distinction between the neoclassical emphasis on static comparative advantage and their emphasis on dynamic comparative advantage. And I like this quote from Vice President Ojimi of Japan's MITI in the early 1950s, who explained why Japan was not following conventional economics. And he said that the MITI decided to establish in Japan industries which require intense employment of capital and technology, industries that, in consideration of comparative cost of production, that static comparative advantage, should be the most inappropriate for Japan, like steel, oil refining, petrochemicals, automobiles, aircraft, and so on, electronics, including computers. And he went on to say, from a short-run, static point of view, encouragement of such industries would seem to conflict with economic rationalism. But from a long-range viewpoint, these are precisely the industries where, and it's interesting that he then gives three key criteria for selecting the industries to be promoted, namely income elasticity of demand is high, number one, technological progress is rapid, number two, and labor productivity rises fast. So development economists before the 1980s had no trouble in embracing the idea of that kind of role of the state. And then came the neoclassical revolution, the neoclassical ascendancy. And I want to run over some of the key causes of this change in policy, in the policy paradigm in the West, and also in development economics. One of these drivers being the stagflation in the US and much of the West, which began in the late 1970s and lasted into the early 1980s, and helped to produce the Reagan-Thatcher political revolutions. Another one, a second one, Japan was out competing US and European manufacturers and was then joined by Northeast Asian economies like Taiwan, South Korea, also winning increasing shares of US and other Western markets. Thirdly, in the late 1980s, the ICT revolution kicked in, and this revolution allowed production globalization. It allowed what I'll explain as barge economics. It allowed the spread of global value chains. And the fourth driver that I'll say something about is GATT, the Uruguay Round, and the formation of the WTO. So to begin with this point about the stagflation in the West in the late 70s, early 80s, in response to that stagflation, governments liberalized national economies, liberalized international trade. And the point is that this came as a great, great shock, because there had been this long post-war miracle from 1950 to the late 70s, and then the stagflation hit. Voters became angry. They elected Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. Governments had to say that they were making radical, quote, reforms. The question is, what was the content of the reforms? Well, the obvious direction of reform was to strongly, and this was strongly encouraged by the emerging neoclassical mainstream. The obvious direction of reform was to make other economies practice free trade, secondly, to encourage firms to follow commercial logic, maximize profits, maximize returns to shareholders, and only to shareholders, not to stakeholders, and C, to deregulate market actors. That was the kind of agenda that was spread all over the West and then into development economics. I'm going to skip the point about what was happening in Northeast Asia and Japan, and come back to that in a minute, and go to the third big driver, which was the ICT revolution kicking in the late 70s, early 80s, leading to the second unbundling of production and consumption, and that then going on to produce rising pressure for free trade and free capital mobility. So the ICT revolution started in the late 1980s, and it radically cut the cost of moving ideas and the cost of coordinating complex activities in factories at a distance. And so at this time, 1986, Jack Welch, who was the CEO of General Electric, said business would like to put every factory on a barge, that is, on a barge, and move it from place to place, wherever labor costs, environmental costs, and the like were at a minimum. And that then gave rise to the idea of barge economics, or to put it another way, to the shift in globalization from trade globalization, which was the exchange of whole products from one place to another, to production globalization, that is the disaggregation of the production system and the placing of different production of different components in different locations around the world, giving rise to global value chains. And so Western capitalists, Western financiers pressed their governments to make other governments, especially in developing countries, open up to their exports and to their capital. And that, of course, they endorsed neoclassical economics, and neoclassical economics endorsed what they were pressing their governments to do. And then came the Uruguay round in the GATT, 1986 to 1994, which was focused on creating international or universal rule regimes. So all countries operating, or almost all countries operating under the same trade and investment rules, which liberalized trade, especially in developing countries, and liberalized the entry and exit of foreign direct investment, especially again in developing countries. The assumption was that good trade policy means liberal trade policy, and the freer is trade, the better, because the more efficient. There's no distinction made between liberal trade policy and well-managed trade policy. Liberal trade policy is optimum trade policy. At the GATT, the WTO was then created out of the GATT with a very strong and explicit neoliberal, and I mean neoliberal as distinct from just neoclassical ideology. For example, in this photograph is of the front of the WTO building, the former GATT building in Geneva. And you won't be able to see it, but on the entrance pillars, I'm moving my cursor here, the two entrance pillars in big gold letters is the name Centre William Rappard. And it's very striking that this building is named for William Rappard. William Rappard was the co-founder of the Mount Pelerin Society, and he was a central figure in the global neoliberal movement the neoliberal movement, as I say, which is much more extreme than just neoclassical. And the WTO building is named in his honor. And so as a result of these and other forces, we got this dominance, this monoculture in economics of neoclassical economics, with its axiom that the best industrial policy is no industrial policy. That was actually the statement of Gary Becker, who of course won the Nobel Prize for his work on economic rationalism in 1980. He said that in 1985. The best industrial policy is no industrial policy. And in various developing countries around the world, I have heard finance ministers, economic ministers make that very same statement as though it is original to them. The best industrial policy is no industrial policy. Of course, the mass of economists and policymakers did not rely on their own judgment in coming to that conclusion. They relied on highly confident members of the social network of economists like Milton Friedman and Hayek and Schultz, Theodore Schultz and many others. They relied on these highly confident members to tell them what to think, and then they imitated each other and became more extreme in the process. And so belief in free trade and belief in no industrial policy became a criteria of membership in the social network of proper self-respecting economists. And by the way, I say all this with some passion because I was in the World Bank in the 1980s, also in the 1990s, and I encountered these marginalizing tendencies very strongly. Belief in free trade and no industrial policy became criteria of membership in the social network of proper economists. If you did not believe in free trade and you did think that there was a role for industrial economists, then by definition, you were not a competent economist. And I draw your attention to one, what became a seminal essay in this rethinking. It was by Charles Schultz at Brookings, published in 1983, called Industrial Policy, a Dissent. And this became one of the key validators or legitimators of hostility to industrial policy because of Schultz's position. He had been Jimmy Carter's chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. He was at Brookings. He was very influential. But when you read this essay today, its arguments are just embarrassingly weak. I won't spend time on them, but it is worth noting that these embarrassingly weak arguments became highly credible arguments for why the US in particular should not practice industrial policy. Anyway, let me see, I'm running out of time. So going with all this, there was an attack on old style development economics. Old style development economists were replaced by free market development economists such as Peter Bauer and Yamey and Hayek and Little and Bella Balassa and Deepak Lal and Anne Kruger. And as I just said, I was in the bank when Lal and Kruger came in to, as they said, and they used this phrase explicitly, clear the stables, clean the stables from the Chenery, the Hollis-Chenery era. In the Hollis-Chenery era, industrial policy was a legitimate matter of debate. And Lal and Kruger made sure that anybody who had any kind of sympathy for industrial policy was just expelled. Or they had to be rebrand themselves as environmental specialists or corruption specialists or good governance specialists or something like that. And so that was what happened. There was a very strong counter-revolution against that sort of active role of the state within development economics. And that brings me to the question of how the mainstream interpreted Northeast Asia's development success because by the by the 1980s and into the 90s, there were quite a lot of studies, detailed institutional studies emerging, which gave an interpretation of East Asia's clear development success, which, as Rafa said in his remarks, provided evidence against the neoclassical assumption that East Asia had become successful insofar as, and because it liberalized markets. I'm thinking of Chalmers Johnson's book, 1982, Meeting and the Japanese Miracle, and Alice Amsden's and my book, and Meredith Wu Cummings and Peter Evans and Linda Weiss, and also quite a number of Asian scholars as well. And so there's an interesting question about how the mainstream reacted to this kind of evidence. And the mainstream reaction was summarized for me by a US economist who was working, a senior US economist working in the World Bank chief economist Justin Yifu Lin's vice presidency, who said to me in 2012, with a dismissive wave of the hand, about the idea of the bank promoting work on industrial policy. He said, for every Korea, there are 100 failures. Who would you put your money on?
No, pero es que no lo entiendo.
Tienen 60 horas.
Es que como claro, yo le digo, pero vamos a ver, y es que vamos a ver, hay que dar 4 horas de clase.
Pues
¿vale?
eso.
Sorry, Robert, some
Yes.
sounds are-
Okay, shall I continue?
Yes, please. But let me just say very briefly that since there's one speaker that's not gonna participate, you may have a few extra minutes, so don't.
I see. Okay. So let me just draw your attention to a quite detailed study that I made, and the reference is in the chart, of the World Bank's East Asian Miracle. This is the book published in 1993. The background is that the World Bank, right from the very top of the World Bank, from the president and the senior most managing director of the World Bank, began making very strong criticisms of the Japanese Ministry of Finance, because the Japanese Ministry of Finance was operating concessional credit schemes in its aid program, in Japan's aid programs in Southeast Asia. So the Ministry of Finance was offering concessional credit for certain uses in its aid program, but not for other uses in its aid program. And the bank, from the very top, sent very strong letters. I was surprised at the wording, to the Minister of Finance and to the top officials, basically saying, stop. We know that directed credit does not work. You must have a uniform price of credit. Otherwise, you distort resource allocation, and your program is messing up our work, but it's also messing up the whole development process in these recipient countries. Well, the Japanese Ministry of Finance got very, very upset at these criticisms. And in response, it put $1.2 million, that's a lot of money in 1990, when was it, 1990, on the table, and basically instructed the bank to undertake a research project to determine the impact of industrial policies in Northeast and Southeast Asia. And the bank was very reluctant to do this, but Japan was the #2 shareholder at that time, and Japan had put $1.2 million on the table. So the bank had no choice. And so Nancy Birdsall and John Page were put in charge of this project. And they had a very difficult task because they knew that they had to give red meat to the Japanese. Somehow or other, they had to conclude that at least some industrial policies, such as, for example, directed credit, could work. At the same time, they had to conclude that industrial policy did not work, because that was the mantra of the bank at that time. And if you read the resulting book, the East Asia Miracle book, you can see that it's full of contradictions as they try and navigate through these conflicting pressures. Anyway, so that I give you that reference to my study of the political economy of this exercise. And let me now just finish on this second period, that is the period when industrial policy was suppressed, with reference to what happened when Justin Yifu Lin, the chief economist of the bank, attempted to get the World Bank to sponsor modest industrial policy pilot projects. So the background is this: in 2008, Lin was appointed World Bank chief economist. He was the first ever non-G7 national to be appointed, but it's worth noting that key to his appointment was first that he was Chinese, and secondly, very important, he had a PhD in economics from the University of Chicago. So that meant that he was probably reliable. But Lin pushed regional vice presidents to sponsor some modest industrial policy pilot projects in their own regions, and he encountered little enthusiasm. And that was the context in which I was talking to this economist that I referred to earlier in Lin's vice presidency, who said, for every Korea, there are 100 failures. Who would you put your money on? And so this economist was justifying the fact that the regional vice presidents were not interested in cooperating. Well, a few of them were interested. A few pilots did go ahead, but the program was called, quote, the Competitive Partnerships Initiative. And that title was very carefully chosen so that those words would not offend anybody. And in all the program documents which I've seen, the words industrial policy or industrial strategy were never used. Other words were used in their place. Well, Lin left the bank in 2012, and the lady who took over responsibility for that industrial policy pilot program on her first day assembled her staff and told them, I am from Latin America, we know industrial policy doesn't work, and she closed down the program. And that was 2012. So industrial policy is still in the World Bank quite marginal in 2012. Now come on to period 3 from 2010s. Industrial policies coming back somewhat on the what you could call the discussion agenda, and even in some places, in some parts of some governments, on the action agenda, the decision agenda. And the question is, why? Well, one reason is because, as everybody knows, the great Western growth model, which was in place from 1980 to the 2008 crisis, the great growth model based on the accumulation of debt and increasing globalization of movement of goods and capital and people, that came to an end round about 2008. And that was accompanied, secondly, by the disruptive technological change that we all know about, and thirdly, very importantly, existential competition with, but also dependence on China. So let me just see, just to elaborate this point about the end of the West's growth model. The crisis of 2008 ended the model. Globalization flows slowed down except for data. Debt grew more slowly. Demand grew more slowly. There was political agitation. Also at this time, birth rates falling, working population growing more slowly. And so there's been since 2010 a kind of a tendency for major economies to turn inwards and to start elevating criteria of resilience and self-sufficiency over criteria of static efficiency. Disruptive technological change, I'm thinking of the impact of Industry 4.0, the Internet of Things, leading on to labor market polarization, soaring income and wealth inequality. One measure of the concern, the public concern with soaring income and wealth inequality is the sales of Piketty's book, Capital. In 1 year, 2014, the year after the English translation appeared, in 1 year, Piketty's book sold 1.5 million copies worldwide. Very, very dramatic figures. So this disruptive technological change is having political consequences, as we know only too well. The change in political parties from loose coalitions of people who broadly agreed on issues to do with the role of the state, the functioning of labor markets, the role of taxation and so on, who broadly agreed, to some entities which are more like tribal groups with an almost mystical connection between the tribal leaders and their followers. Something very strange is happening in Western politics. And then I'm coming now to the end. I want to end on this point about the competition with China, seen as a military and economic rival. Alarm bells were really rung loudly in Washington and other Western capitals with the publication of China's Made in China 2025, which laid out a prospectus for China to become dominant in a whole range of foundational technologies like AI, 5G, quantum information science, semiconductors, biotech, green energy, and so on. And in December of last year, 2021, the Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs at the Kennedy School forecast that China will catch up with the US within the next decade in these foundational technologies. And so that there's a great deal of worry about this China high-tech catch-up in the US, in the West, and also in developing countries. They see China as a threat, but also as an industrial policy example to copy. And they see China as a source of FDI, such as in the Belt Road Initiative. And so these perceptions open their minds to the idea of a coherent national industrial policy drive. And so we now have this situation, which this whole seminar, this whole conference starts with, more political support for industrial policy than for decades, such as, for example, in the US, recent support for industrial policy, explicitly called industrial policy, coming from opposite ends of the political spectrum, from Senator Elizabeth Warren, from Senator Marco Rubio, and some people in between. In Europe, a recent publication, 2019, called A Franco-German Manifesto for a European Industrial Policy Fit for the 21st Century. Back to the US, the return of industrial policy. This is a quote from a very recent paper by William von Villian, who says, following the Trump administration's vaccine development effort, the Biden administration and Congress have proposed a series of major technology initiatives that are moving the federal government towards what can only be called industrial policy, an injection of more than $100 billion over the next decade into targeted programs could completely revamp the model of US science policy that has been in place since the end of World War II. So this one I'm going to skip. I'll just draw your attention to an interesting dispute that has arisen in the US and might well arise in other countries, including in Europe as well, which is a dispute between interests related to national security, national defense on the one hand, and interests related to antitrust law enforcement on the other. And the background is this: since 2000, there's been a big increase in concentration in the US, that is in monopoly power in US industries, including healthcare, financial services, agriculture. Price cost markups have tripled since 1980. The rate of new business formation has fallen by half between 1970 and 2020. Rate of new business formation fallen dramatically. And antitrust law enforcement has not checked this fall in competition and increased market power, but many actors are saying antitrust law enforcement must be greatly strengthened in order to increase competition in the US economy and reduce this concentration of market power. But then the national security establishment is lobbying hard to blunt this antitrust law. For example, in September of 2021, 12 senior figures from the US national security establishment, from the military, from the intelligence, sent a very strongly worded letter to Nancy Pelosi and to McCarthy, the House Minority Leader, to say, we are writing to you today in an effort to help America maintain its position as the global technology leader. It spells out the capabilities that are necessary for America to retain its position as the global technology leader, and goes on to say, such capabilities are integral to our national security as we confront China's aggressive ambitions to undermine US influence and shape the global order. To this end, the Chinese Communist Party continues to employ industrial policies. Notice that these US people don't say the US should have industrial policy. It's criticizing China for industrial policies. It's using that phrase, but it's going on to say that implicitly, but not explicitly, that the US must have industrial policies to counter China's industrial policies. So the Chinese Communist Party continues to employ industrial policies in order to create and support national champion technology companies, providing them with an advantage over Western counterparts. And then it goes on to say, just as competition with China enters a critical phase, Congress risks undermining America's key advantage vis-a-vis China by pursuing domestic legislation. This is the key, by pursuing domestic legislation that threatens to impede US companies and their ability to pursue such innovation. Recent congressional antitrust proposals that target specific American technology firms would degrade critical R&D priorities and allow foreign competitors to displace leaders in the US tech sector, both at home and abroad, and potentially put sensitive US data and intellectual property in the hands of Beijing. So this is a very striking hotspot in the rolling out of of the current generation of US industrial policy. Even the UK is now getting into the act. It's created just very recently an Advanced Research and Invention Agency, abbreviated ARIA, and its mandate is to focus on research projects with far-reaching goals. And it has recruited the former deputy director of DARPA, who was UK born and educated, as its first executive director. But there is a basic problem facing both the US and the UK and other countries that try to enter this new kind of industrial policy, which is the problem of commercializing innovations at home. So public money stimulates a whole lot of innovations, which are then handed over to private firms, many of whom try and commercialize them, that is, develop their production overseas in cheaper labor sites, for example. The point being that increasing innovation is only half the problem, and the US and the UK have devoted little attention to the other half, which is this commercializing and manufacturing the new technologies at home. Somehow or other, the US and the UK have to do better at landing the technologies that their public research agencies develop. And I'm finishing here with just some key questions that come out of all this. The first key question is how to institutionalize sustained collaboration between public and private sector actors and trade unions around innovation and commercialization, and including societal goals, which must include goals about labor and about the environment. In much of the industrial policy literature, especially by economists, much too little attention is given to this collaboration, building trust aspect of the implementation, the formation and implementation of industrial policy. Second question, how to ensure that public agencies receive a share of the profits made by privates with the technology created by public agencies, an issue that Mariana Mazzucato has devoted a lot of attention to. And then the third question I'll leave you with, how to secure a more equal distribution of market income distribution. That is not disposable income distribution, but market income distribution before taxes and transfers, because the main determinant of disposable income distribution is market income distribution. And at the moment, the trends are mostly in the wrong direction. Okay, so that's, boy, that's rather longer than I should have spoken to. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for your presentation. You have given us a very broad and deep picture about how the industrial policy concept and the political approach to industrial policy has evolved during the last decades. And you have finished with very appealing, very challenging questions. And right now, we are looking forward to listening to Nuria's comments. Nuria, go ahead.
Okay. So good morning. That's really strange because I have to look into the camera, right? But cannot look at you. So thanks so much to the organizers, Clara and Rafa, because I feel honored and also happy to work together with my department colleagues. So that's a new era we are entering. I'm the only economic historian in the room, but not in the virtual room. Hello, Santiago and Águeda and others that I think I've seen them. Well, and of course, thanks so much, Robert Waite, for this opportunity to enjoy both your writing and your presentation. It has been intellectually very, very challenging. And with the ongoing fragmentation of knowledge, it's becoming really rare to listen to such sweeping, broad, long-term analysis. I'm also thankful for the hopeful note that you are adding to your presentation. So as an economic historian, of course, I enjoy this long-term perspective. And my idea, if you agree, is that I want to underline some points on the first two stages or periods that you identify, and then add more questions to the key questions that with which you have ended your presentation. So the main point of today's lectures would have been that industrial policy or strategy has been out of the picture for the past 3 or 4 decades. In spite of the key role played by industrialization, by industrial policy or IP in the industrialization in the long 19th century. And then you explain in a very attractive way and funny also how IP became toxic during the neoliberal period as part seen by the establishment and by mainstream economists as part of the Kafkian inefficient state. So for the past years, almost the present and the near future, a combination of China's success and the pandemic would have promoted a comeback of industrial policy and also a change of mindset in both academic and policy making circles. And changes of mindset are always fascinating for historians and I guess for social scientists in general. Now, I would like to point that, and I'm sorry to say this, but President Trump's "Make America Great Again" was a pioneer since his whole message 5 years ago built on the awareness of US industrial decline and the decline of industrial or of wages in general. So I think this is very telling of what has been going on for many years in the advanced economies. Now, about the first period, I would like to remind that here comes the economic historian, the controversial nature that protectionism and industrial policy had during the long 19th century. So trade policy was actually the hot topic in public debates and a key component, for example, in the American Civil War. So now most historians acknowledge this. Then I would like to refer to our saint patron for economic historians, Alexander Gerschenkron, who was both a historian and a development economist. And back in the 1960s, he stated the diversity of industrialization strategies and capitalism. So planting the seed of the varieties of capitalism literature. So this reminds us that there is not a single view of growth strategy, and that there is something else outside the UK and the British experience of industrialization. Gerschenkron, who remains very influential among industrial historians, pointed out at the different role that government, and very active eventually, that governments, banks, and alternative business organizations played in the catching up of many national experiences. The usual suspects, of course, in the 19th century were France, Germany, Japan, and also Russia. I found very interesting the stress that you put on your slides in the war effort experience in the US, which paved the way for big science as shaped by Vannevar Bush and the National Science Foundation, etc., and also the industry military complex. This spread only to a certain extent to the Allies, but it remained very influential, particularly the scientific branch of it. Regarding the second period, here again we are faced with that huge mystery, which is the change of mindset, both in academia and in the administrations worldwide, with the rise of neoliberal ideology, that economic magic thinking, to quote Paul Krugman, well, that change of paradigm. I take many of the factors that you offer as key causes: stagflation, growing insatisfaction of the population in both rich and poor countries, but it. I think we need, as we go far in time, I think we need a sound explanation for that global change of mind. For example, there is something startling that you have mentioned several times, which is the fact that as serious, influential countries as Germany and Japan have been sticking to their industrial policy and an export-oriented industry for that matter. There is also the issue that I think, again, as a historian, we need time and going through the files, etc. But there is a part of the history here, which is the transition of former communist economies. So this will be, I'm sure, in 20 years when someone tries to explain this with a sound empirical basis. I'm sure that this is going to be a big part of that, because there was a dismantling. I'm thinking now above all in Central Europe, the most industrialized countries. There was a dismantling of the old industry, but then a reconstruction of that industry, very much under the lead of German, for example, multinational companies. And it would be interesting to see how much say had the national governments at that time. So, and then there is the huge and fascinating issue within our institutions, which is the role that economists have played in all this. So during the years of the neoliberal revolution, conservative revolution, however we want to call it, economists became amazingly empowered. Right, and also arrogant, I would say. I think we all agree here. So almost new religious authorities, and I think this is a fascinating part again of what has been going on. And then I'm not so optimistic about the near future with the comeback of industrial policy, because what shall we do with all these economists? Who are still influential, as you have mentioned, at international institutions, etc. So about development economics, I have very little to say, but as a historian, I had the opportunity to go through the files of the World Bank and other development agencies during the early phase of the Cold War. And the first thing that struck me was how humble many of those economists were. So how sensitive they were to find in developing a nation, in the aid recipient countries were, and this was and remains a very strong influence in me as as a historian. Now, back, because I don't want to exhaust the time that has been allocated to me, I would like to add some questions for the third period, which is practically the present. Now, for your hopeful statement that IP is back and that the minds are opening, etc. I accept, of course, many of the points that you make, but like China 2025 project, which is acting as a catalyst in advanced and developing countries alike. But I think that we need to pay more attention also to understand the political polarization and many difficulties or radicalization that we are witnessing these days. Is the worldwide awareness that industrial wages are no longer there, and that they were the very basis of that social democratic order of the central decades of the 20th century. I'm thinking of the Rust Belt in the US, for example. If you happen to read Trump's inaugural address, which was allegedly written by Steve Bannon and Stephen Miller, you will see that this is really an elegy of industrial nationalism, right? And this was five years ago. Then again, I think that we have to look closely at Germany and Japan, which have been able to be steady, committed to their own industrial core, right? During all these years. Then I think that from a European perspective, it is important to ask ourselves how we are going to govern this research of industrial policies, because industrial policies, and in your presentation, it was clear to me that you understand it as a national function. So how we are going to manage, and the next generation funds will be the first proof, how we are going to manage this a European Union level regulatory framework with national policies. In the case of Spain, and also to a large extent in Germany, industrial policy remains a regional competence. So the whole task becomes even more complex, right? Another issue that concerns me, of course, is the role, which is probably what you have paid less attention in your sweeping, broad, fascinating analysis, is the financial industry. So if there has been some steady process going on over the past 40 years, it is a financialization of the economy in both advanced and developing countries. And now I ask myself, what role is this financial industry to play? Because the sector has undergone dramatic changes. We have new actors who are being very active with startups, etc. I'm thinking of private equity firms, risk capital, etc., investment firms, whatever. So how are they going to position themselves if there is, as a matter of fact, a research of industrial policy? Are they going to contribute to setting the new rules of the game. Again, the most influential, it is a very unbalanced sector geographically, because most of the relevant actors are again in what you call, and I love this, the norm setting countries, that is Anglo-America, right? So how are we going to manage strategically also this new scenario? And I'm finishing already. I'm also wondering what the role of new successful industry, business education, is going to play in all this. So business schools have been wonderful advocates of the neoliberal paradigm. And then I wonder if they are ready or willing to change, to open their minds, etc., and to play a cooperative way with this resurging industrial policy, entrepreneurial, developmental, eventually developmental state, etc. For example, and with this I'm closing, I promise, in the European Union, or in the European continent, we should say, right? In the European continent, some are particularly concerned that this kind of Marshall Plan that we are awaiting with the next generation funds will be, in the end, because everything is happening so fast, etc., that in the end it will be another neoliberal industry, big consulting firms, those that will be managing and the whole thing. And again, where are the large consulting firms? In the Anglo-American world. So all in all, I close with this, thanking you, because I've been having a lot of fun, and this does not happen every day in here at home, and it's been really challenging, and I'm also really getting more and more excited, because I had no idea, even though we share the department, we have shared it for the past 4 years, that there was such an underground society called the Society of World Economy, and it's also exciting to be invited to such an intellectual new think tank, etc. So I've been very happy, and I hope that I've been able to say something of interest, and again, thanks so much.
Thank you, Nuria. It's a pleasure having you here. We have a lot of inspiring comments and questions over the table. And I don't know, Robert, if you would like to answer at least some of them briefly. I say briefly because I think it's good if we have time for Q&A, for participation of all the people that are listening to us. Okay, so Robert, go ahead.
I also would like to hear others, and I'll only say that I particularly appreciated Nulia's phrase, if I've got it right, a Kafkian inefficient state. I think that one deserves to have more currency, a Kafkian inefficient state. Yeah, so let's open it up now.
Okay, Robert. So anyone here on site want to say anything, any comments, any new questions, or anyone wants to answer or try to answer some of the questions that are over the table? Okay. Roy? Yeah? Okay, go ahead, Roy.
Hi, Robert. It's great seeing you. As always.
And likewise, good to see you. Yes.
It was a great presentation. I was wondering if you had anything to say about, I don't know if you've seen the recent work of Durand and Milber on value chains and the increasing role of intangibles, of intangible assets, such as intellectual property, even proprietary systems in terms of software, etc. Do you have anything to say about the limits of that in the sense that Western firms can more and more sort of control production and distribution through those mechanisms, and whether that reduces the policy space and even the developmental space for other countries? I mean, all those limits that are imposed through, of course, WTO, etc., in terms of intellectual property. Thanks.
Do you want me to reply, or do you want to take several comments now?
We take several? Okay, we are gonna collect a couple of them, okay? And then you try to answer all together. Anybody else? Yeah, Clara?
Okay, just very briefly, thank you so much, Robert, for your talk, and also Nuria. It was very enlightening. Also, everything that you said. Very quickly, a couple of things. One, taking upon what Nuria was saying regarding financial actors such as private equity firms, risk capital investment firms, and so forth and so on. Also, business schools, also consultancy and auditing companies. I don't know, Robert, if you have something to say about that, but I would definitely like to hear something, some thoughts on that, because as we all very well know, at least in their discourse, they're very aligned with new missions of climate change fight and whatnot, even social goals in their ESG agendas and stuff. And you know, there's a lot of talk about that. All these ESG goals are very, very much embedded in their discourse. In all of these discourses, business schools, consultancy, financial companies. But does that signal anything at all in your eyes, or signal in the sense of them complying or being willing to collaborate with state action on productive change and so forth and so on? Or is it just, I don't know, fad, like a fashion or a fad in your eyes? That would be one question. And it is related somehow to the second question that I want to pose, which has to do with something that you mentioned, Robert, in your questions. In my eyes, all of them, maybe I'm misinterpreting them, but in my eyes, all of them had a little bit to do with relations and trust between actors. How do we somehow, or how, I didn't take exact note of what you said, so I'm going to misquote you for sure, but something to do with how to build trust between public and private actors in order for, you know, to push these policies or forward. Also, you mentioned possible relationships between the state and labor unions in this regard. How do you think we should even start thinking about that with very, I mean, as academics, I mean, like very context-based of the institutional capacities and particularities of each place, and how to build that trust and partnership in each space differently, or more, or what theoretical references otherwise would you, more universal approaches would you, I don't know, as academics, how do you think we should start trying to answer those questions that you posed?
Maybe I just thought just to like to be a bit controversial, just to see if we can spur some discussion. So I think after the financial crisis, many of us contributed to a number of books and articles saying industrial policy is back. And this has been it seems we are in a cycle where all the time there is a big crisis, everyone says, oh, you know, by the way, we could use industrial policy, why we don't do that, right? Or we should bring them back, right? Someone could argue that, in fact, lots of the discussion we are having so far is about, if you want, the battles of ideas, right? The big ideas about the state, the market, and industrial policy sitting really square between these two, right? And different type of thinking about the social contract, basically, right? So that's why it's so foundational, right? You mentioned, of course, Gershon, but before that, List, and we can go back even to the pre-mercantilist and all the economists has already been thinking about industrial policy, calling them in different ways, because it's at the core of the definition of the construction of the economy, right? So I think it's great that we have this conversation around how it's back, but I think we should remember that we have been saying that it was back for many, many times, right? And so that should make us also reflect why that is the case, right? Or even in the discipline, how is that we are sort of in a responsive, not in a proactive attitude, right? All the time. The second point is connected to this is, I think, there has been a sort of emphasis on the idea that some economists or some ideologies would be very powerful, right? And of course, Keynes would say, right, lots of economists, are just repeating what some dead generally male economists have said in the past, right? So we know the power of ideas. I'm wondering if as academics, sometimes we overemphasize the power of ideas and we forget that some ideas are convenient, if you want, output or convenient veils to cover more profound structural power configuration that have been dominating, right? And I'm looking at historians because, of course, the historians reminded us, right, the importance of the evolution in material structure, in power structures, and all of that, right? So I'm just wondering if we could reflect, and this is a question also for Robert, of course, a bit more on what was actually making this idea so powerful, right? The Montpellier society and so on. And of course, they were a machine funded by specific type of players. What was the interest behind these ideas that made them able to stick so much and then become part of an ideology and something that has been so good in reproducing itself, right? And on the other hand, why is that? On the other hand, we have been if you want, we talk about industrial, progressive, development economists, or people believing in the capacity of the state to govern markets. Why that we have been so unable to actually, over the time, create a narrative that supported and funded some support itself in the, if you want, real economy, right? I find myself sometimes puzzled. You mentioned Trump, right? I found very interesting your reference, right? How the progressives find difficult sometimes to embrace industrial policy discussion, right? While it comes quite natural, especially post-crisis, for populist type of figures. And, I work a lot in Africa as well. I mean, Trump was the narrative around we should do industrial policy, against dependency and so on, was actually linked to that Trump, in this paradoxical situation, right? A Tanzanian president like Magufuli was saying, great that we have a Trump president, because we all want to do industrial policy manufacturing, in a completely, Kafkian against situation, right? So I'm just wondering if we could reflect on these things, right? So challenging ourselves in terms of this battle of ideas, in terms of what is behind these power battles of ideas, and what is also the failure of a certain coterie of or intellectuals that maybe have been too much reflecting on the ideas and finding difficult to get that support on the ground that is actually required. Because I think that would allow us to address some of the questions that Robert, you were posing at the end, right? Around, how do you translate this in practice, right? Where do you find the kind of political and economic support for a different type of approach? What are the actors in the industries, in the public sector in general, and institutions that would support that type of way of thinking about the state and the market?
And yeah, maybe no, I was going to say something. No, I was going to say that maybe they are still very powerful. I mean, that even when we agree that industrial policy is back, I have the perception that many people that say, okay, it's back, we are supporting industrial policy, really they are not changing their minds, in the sense that the first thing they say is, okay, industrial policy is back, but not the old industrial policy, but the new industrial policy. And when they try to define the new industrial policy, what they say is what they have been done during the last decades in practice, even when at that time it was not named as industrial policy. Now it can be named as industrial policy, but it's more or less just the same. So it's not so new because it's still very dominated by this this approach, which is still very, very dominant. So, and this means that maybe we must think a little bit about what we are talking about when we talk about industrial policy. What is behind industrial policy? Because now it is quite fashionable to say, okay, we are supporting industrial policy, but when we have a discussion, you realize that we are not thinking in the same policies.
And just to react really to 10 seconds, we are discussing these things yesterday as well in a seminar. I mean, this is something that with Ajun Chang and others we called a sort of mainstreaming of industrial policy. When industrial policy become mainstream, we should be a bit careful as well, because it means that if both Rubio and Cortez and the people in the Zippel Warren say we should all do industrial policy, what industrial policy they have in mind, right? When we say the SDG are promoting a new way to look at development, yeah, but there are political economy. There are lots of appealing ideas that are out there, which people jump into it, but not necessarily having understood what are the implications of these ideas for how we change the relationship between state markets, and also what you pointed out. There is a broader fallacy of composition. If everyone does certain type of industrial policy, and we know in Europe very well, how do you balance out? Because industrialization naturally doesn't happen in a symmetric way. It tend to be asymmetrical and tend to be part dependent. They tend to concentrate, right? So conflict don't tend to dilute, tend to actually increase. So sorry.
Thank you, Antonio. Robert, maybe
No, just a second, just because there's one small question in the chat. I'm gonna read it also for you, Robert, to answer to whatever you want and whatever you want. There's a question about whether it could also be that current bottlenecks in the international trade chains are also, or might also be behind well, the return of national industrial development intent. So not just the crisis as in economic crisis, but also the breaking of the international trade system, logistics and stuff. Okay, so having said all of that, please, Robert, you have your turn.
Okay, so I agree that as of recently, but this is recent, as in the last 2 years or so, there's been this great disruption of global supply chains and huge congestion of ports now in the past year, and all this is stimulating talk of the need for greater self-sufficiency, the need for giving more weight to criteria of resilience and less to simple efficiency. So I take these disruptions to be accelerating the legitimacy of talk about industrial policy, whether using those words or not. But I agree with the last speaker. I didn't, that is before Antonio and Carla, I didn't catch your name. You made the point that when people nowadays are saying industrial policy is back on the table, commonly they are simply relabeling what more or less what was being done before as industrial policy, as a way of giving it kind of a new kind of legitimacy. And I agree that that is a real serious problem. And in particular, what I don't see much of is addressing this question of how to institutionalize the link between innovation and prototyping on the one hand and commercializing on the other. In the case of the military, the link is sort of built in. That is, the Department of Defense is the customer. But in more civilian technologies, we have been operating for a very long time with the idea of public financing for basic research and early development, and then the agencies simply handing over the innovations to the private sector to do with what they want, and especially where they want that. And they, of course, they offshore. And the question then is, how can this tendency be, at least to some extent, not completely, but to some extent, checked? That is, to what extent can we analyze this relationship between the innovation and the development of the technologies and the commercialization onshore? That is, or to use another metaphor, how can we land the technologies that are developed with public money at home? How can we land them at home so that they benefit the national population in a more direct way? I don't have a solution to that, but I think that it is a really serious issue. And I mean, I know Antonio, for example, has done work on Germany, which I think is related to the question of how Germany deals with this issue. Just a couple of other comments on Roy Cobby's point. I don't know the references that you mentioned, but I will take the opportunity that you gave to just relate how aggressively the US government is going against the uptake of many kinds of Chinese technologies, Huawei being the most conspicuous example, in other countries. And this came home in the sense that the US put great pressure on Britain to minimize the distribution, the use of Huawei technology in much of the British economy. Another case in point comes from, of all places, the Faroe Islands. The Faroe Islands are a tiny group of islands midway between Scotland and Iceland. And a couple of years ago, an American delegation went to the Faroes. The Faroes are a dependency of Denmark. And the American delegation said to the Faroe government, you have Huawei technology. You must get rid of this technology. And the Faroe Island did get rid of this technology. The Faroes are strategically placed in terms of monitoring submarines, for example. And I presume that the American insistence on getting rid of Huawei technology might have been related to that strategic significance. But the point is that the Americans were using state power to qualify the sovereignty of other countries in terms of what those governments may do and may not do. I wish the Americans would recognize this habit of theirs more than they are doing in the case of the Ukraine crisis. Anyway, that's another matter. We won't go there. In terms of Carla, this question of trust, and this is the first main question that I left you with, trust between public agencies, business leaders, trade unions. I don't know, except that the Anglo countries have had a political economy where distrust is institutionalized. And in Germany and Japan, for example, what is institutionalized is not distrust, but trust. And I don't know what is the research evidence on how this difference is achieved. On business schools, I agree with Carla that is a potentially very important place to examine their impacts. I'll just make one point since you gave me the opportunity. I was talking to a friend who teaches at the Harvard Business School and who teaches development at the Harvard Business School in the Biggie department. Biggie stands for what? Business, government, and something or other. International economics, business, government, international economics. And so this friend told me that he is not allowed to put my book, Governing the Market, on the syllabus. He does teach it, but it has to be secret. It has to be hidden. And the reason is because my book talks about Taiwan as though it is not simply a province of China. And the Harvard Business School depends very heavily on donations from wealthy Chinese and from Chinese students, that is fees from Chinese students. And the business school management is very, very frightened of doing anything that might upset these people, including putting a book on the syllabus that refers to Taiwan as though it was an independent country. So that says something about the influences on what business schools, the number one business school in the world, say, what they tell their students. So I'll leave it there. Oh, it's just one final point. Mount Pelerin, the battle of ideas. In the case of Mount Pelerin, the interest behind the formation of the Mount Pelerin Society were Swiss bankers that had been highly compromised during the Nazi period. And they were persuaded that one way that they could clean their reputations in the post-war era was to give generously to this group of economists like Friedman, but also Rappard and all the others, who were trying to create this institution, this society, to promote free market ideas. They were told that this would help them to clean their reputation, so that's how the first meetings of the Mount Pelerin Society were held after 1949.
Thank you, Robert.
So that's the end. Yeah.
I think you answered almost all the questions that we made. I think we still have 5 minutes left, so maybe a last couple of questions. Okay, here on site we have 2 questions, so go ahead. Please try to be brief.
Okay, thank you, an honor. Concerning this...
Can I just get your name?
Oh, pardon me. Emily Viqueira from Puerto Rico.
Emilia.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Easy. Okay.
Yeah.
Concerning this reemergence of the industrial policy as a concept to bring back trust, I find it capturing my deep attention when, as crude as it might be, the basic definition of the social science of economics as a social science, I want to say that at the end, I might say that the ultimate goal is to impact the quality of people. And for decades, I believe that economics has been associated with finances and businesses. And then when the ultimate goal, there's an examination of its results, it's a counter goal, no? It's a counter achievement. And in this resurgence of the concept of industrial policy, it seems that there's an intention to address the impact of the micro life of the people, no? And so how again, perhaps on the trust level, how to give back that significance where as a policymaker, we can stand on a table or well, sit around the table, not stand on it, and portray to the civil society the intention to make changes, perhaps within the name industrial. How do you get across the table that, yes, the intention is to gain their trust by, in effect, implementing changes that will bring quality that is being actually taken away from general people.
Thank you, Emily.
Okay.
Eva?
Hello, thank you. My name is Eva, Eva Valera. And I just wanted to add to the debate. I was thinking about the name of the workshop. It starts with deindustrialization. We are actually deindustrialized. Many advanced countries are services based. So also recalling what you were saying about Trump doing industrial policy or bringing industrial policy to the debate, mainly what Trump did was trade protectionism, because he wanted to protect the steel industry, the aluminum industry, the automotive industry. And I haven't really looked carefully into what he did or if it was successful, but my sense is that it wasn't. So now with the COVID crisis and the opportunity we have with the COVID crisis, the focus or the approach is different. The Biden's administration has a $3 trillion, I looked it up, $3 billion in infrastructure, and it means roads, bridges, broadband internet, but also funding education, also funding or well, this child tax that they are talking about. And the European one is kind of similar. The Recovery and Resilience Facility is more than 700 billion euros, and it's dedicated to the challenges we have ahead in digitalization and climate change. So the definition of industrial policy in the 21st century is pretty different from what we have been understanding as industrial policy. So I believe the workshop, this workshop is really timely, and also the order of the title, Deindustrialization and Industrial Policy. So that was my point. Thank you.
Maybe Antonio, Nuria, do you want to say something, or we give the turn to Robert?
Sorry.
Robert, yeah?
Yeah, well, let me just make one point, which is about, which takes off from what Era said. And I was very struck to see that the Biden administration is allocating $52 billion just for semiconductors, and presumably this means production of semiconductors mostly at home in the US. So it's putting the screws on Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, which is by far and away the most advanced semiconductor manufacturer in the world, to open one or more plants in the United States to take this technology much further away from China than it is when it's based in Taiwan. And so that I think the larger point is that semiconductors alone have become the focus of industrial policy, that is state acceleration of production and distribution in quite a number of Western countries, to the point where a recent Financial Times article described semiconductors as the new great game, the great game being the fight between Britain and Russia over Central Asia through the 19th century. And now there is this global competition focused on this one particular component, semiconductors. And so a lot of industrial policy attention, that is attention which is appropriately called industrial policy, is being directed at the promotion of the production of advanced semiconductors?
I think, if I can just react and link what you just said, right? I think that you rightly pointed out that this workshop starts with deindustrialization as a topic, right? And I try to go back what I was trying to say before, right? Did we deindustrialize because economists didn't believe in manufacturing or production? Of course, they played a role. But there were more structural changes happening globally, right? That Robert referred to value chains, but referred to the way in which also technologies are owned. TMC, I mean, Biden is trying to make that investment. The Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company just last year announced as a company a 44 billion investment as a company, right? So what Biden is trying to do is to catch up on a deindustrialization in the US that resulted from a different model of organizing production globally, and also starting believing that actually manufacturing was not important, right? And it's not lack of funding. In that case, I would say Biden is making a big mistake, because think about it, right? You have the big semiconductors is, if you want, the general purpose technology for anything that is digital, right? You cannot have something digital without semiconductors, right? Now, in the US, you have corporations like, the trillion economy, trillion companies, right? Like Apple and, the Amazon, the GAFA, whatever they call them. They all rely on this foundational technology, right? These companies could make investment, should have made investment in semiconductors home throughout the last 10 years. Why they have not done it, right? So there is also this problem. Is industrial policy replacing what companies are supposed to do, or is actually, because you could say, in the case that you don't do industrial policy, or as a result of the fact that companies are becoming highly financialized, and instead of investing, they are actually used to extract value from this company. I mean, this is the work that William Lazonic has been doing before many, many others over the last 20 years. And when you think about, someone mentioned Cisco before, I don't remember who, and the debate, between Cisco and Huawei technologies and so on. Well, why Cisco, which was the leader in infrastructure, internet technologies? We all had in our office a phone, Cisco phone, right? That was the beginning of the infrastructure for then providing further services. Why Cisco lost capabilities in that and Huawei picked up? Cisco became a highly financialized company, and you ended up basically a Chinese company where, yes, there was backup from the state, but there was also a company which was operating according to, if you want, capitalist too, right? It was retaining, reinvesting, expanding, is the biggest now electronic company in the world, right? So this is what I'm trying to say, is that there is lots of fundamental dynamics happening beyond the battles of ideas around how businesses, production, and all these things work out. And to a certain extent, in many cases, when we resurrect industrial policy, we are just trying to solve problems that are becoming so big that it's very difficult to manage them. Right? I mean, the numbers that you mentioned about the Biden administration looks huge, as much as they look in the case of Europe. But when you look at the amount of stock buybacks and the amount of dividends distribution that has been happening, sorry, but they look like peanuts, right? Because, these are companies who distribute billions, right? 20, 30, 50 billions, each company a year, right? When Boeing, the airplanes were going down, I was telling yesterday to some of the people in the seminars, Boeing kept distributing, think about how the aerospace industry is such a duopoly, right? It's so much connected to the European vis-a-vis US, and Russia and China are trying to pick up, catch up in that area. The problem of now protecting Boeing, which is integral to the defense industry, military complex, is that Boeing became highly financialized, right? When you have a highly financialized company like that, even if you have DARPA and you have highly defense and you have the government using all strategic technology argument security to protect your capacity domestically, if the company has been taken over by different financialized system, there is no industrial policy that works. Right? Because actually, I would say, why we should give money to support these companies if they are not doing their job, right? Actually, you give money, and this became evident during the COVID pandemic, when even in the UK, where they're very shy about these things, they said, well, we are going to do the furlough scheme, but please, for a couple of years, don't do stock buybacks and dividends. In the case of the UK, it's mainly dividends, because that's a different model of financialization there. So it's evident that there is a fundamental contradiction in the way in which capitalism used to work and industrial policy could work in that context. and the type of form of rentieristic, financialized, call it as you like, capitalism, which is not just the stock market, is what is happening in the productive organizations that has fundamentally changed, right? Because these companies could have decided to increase employment, could have decided to improve employment conditions, increase salaries, right? We're now discussing about inflation, and there is this paradoxical debate in the UK where the central bank says, well, workers should not create a spiral, inflationary spiral, asking for increase in salaries. This is bizarre, right? If you think about it, right? After all 20, 30 years of super profit and banks in London celebrating the big dividends, and after the financial crisis. So I think this is the kind of underlying power structure and fight that has been undermining industrial policy and the logic of that. I think we need to get Roy before was mentioning, this new work on intellectual monopoly that Ugo Pagano, Cedric Durand, Milberg, and others have been doing. Again, that's the other frontier, right? If you now talk about industrial policy, we need to equip ourselves with some concept of how digital platforms work and how, because clearly it's there that the new power dimension and structure will work out. Sorry, I stress this issue because I think in this mainstreaming of industrial policy, the emphasis on sometimes lots of wishful thinking and good sentiments around, we will achieve all this fantastic. We forget what is happening behind, right? And what is the real power structure behind. We said we are all in this together with the crisis, the pandemic, but we were clearly not. We said it at COP26, but clearly, banks are still doing what they were doing. Governments are not enforcing certain type of commitment we put in place. I think this is the harsh reality of situations where we see the importance of industrial policy, but really embedding them and making them changing the reality, it's really, I think, where we are significantly struggling. So I didn't want to be pessimist. I'm a Gramscian, so I believe in optimism of the will and pessimism of the reason. So I brought
Can I say something very briefly to that? Yeah, I completely agree, but I just want to be optimistic, I guess, as an end note to this panel. The thing is that there is, I believe there is a slight, I don't know, in this battle of ideas, which of course is not the battle is there. It's a battle of money. It's a battle of corporate power. It's a battle of how capitalism works now. But at the same time, I have the feeling that part of the mainstream ideas included the absolute faith in that corporations could do whatever they want, and that would be good for, we've heard this a million times, internationalization, and you would say, internationalization for what? And they would say, because, or I don't know, obtaining profits from financial activities instead of strictly productive activities. For its profits, it's a kind of the trickle-down economics, but not in distribution, but in from corporation power and activities to who knows what, happiness magically would, I don't know. So, but I do think there's been at the same time that in the word industrial policy, I'm not saying that they're associated, but there's hope in the fact that we can at least talk about industrial policies. There's hope in the fact that at least we can say that the states can do something more than they used to do. And I think there's also hope in the fact that somehow the discourse, the bells that are ringing are also moving towards not accepting that corporations can do whatever they want for their own profit, period. I think that all these new taxing of, and I don't know, the financial crisis has put into focus how banks can misbehave. There's things going on that I think are moving us towards, or moving society in general towards, at least us or whoever being able to say, maybe corporations should also operate for the good of general good or something. And that was not there before. Corporations had to look for their own good, period. And I'm not saying that they're not doing that still. I'm just saying that there's an open window, an open door to questioning that that's what they should do. I don't know, just as a hopeful note.
Can I add just a quick footnote on what Antonio was saying about Boeing?
Robert, very quickly.
Yeah, right. So I'll just remind you of the terrible 2 accidents or crashes of the Boeing 737 MAX. And detailed evidence now makes it pretty clear that those crashes were closely connected to the fact that an engineer at the head of Boeing was replaced by an accountant. And this accountant instituted very tight cost-cutting measures. And so that the design of the 737 MAX went ahead in conditions of stringent cost cuts. And that then helped to lead them to do the design, which was responsible for the crash and the death of several hundred people. So that's a particularly graphic example of the kind of dynamics that Antonio was talking about. So that is to reaffirm what and Antonio's larger argument.
Thank you, Robert. Really, I think honestly it has been a very, very interesting, exciting discussion. But I guess that, or I'm afraid that we must take a rest, at least 15-minute rest. Okay. So if you don't mind, we will start at 12:15 with the second panel. Okay. And I'm sure that we are gonna have the opportunity to keep talking about all these so interesting issues. Okay, so in 50 minutes we are as like the industrial policy. In 50 minutes.
And you're going to be sharing panel, as you know, with Natalia Nakvi and Stephanie Griffith-Jones. Unfortunately, Rafael Miro cannot connect because of a health issue. So you've got the floor, Angela. As soon as you connect, you have to start. Thank you so much for your being here.
Get started. So while this gets loaded. So thank you so much for inviting me to the panel. What I'm going to be talking about is a work in progress paper that I'm writing with Bob Hanke on European industrial policy. And what we're trying to do here is that, well, we started talking about it because so it seems like after the 2008 crisis, there was this perception that advanced industrialized economies were rediscovering industrial policy. After a long period in which industrial policy had been demonized, they were recovering it and they were putting in place a number of plans. France, for instance, was very active on that, but so was Germany, for example, and so was Spain as well. And so at first there was this doubt about whether this was really a fad or whether there was a fundamental change in the way that governments were viewing industrial policies. And it turns out that, well, several years later, and as we're looking at it from the post-COVID perspective, it's actually true that governments are becoming increasingly more willing to commit public funding to industrial policy. And so the issue really is, yes, can we go to the second slide, please? Thank you. So the issue really is that at a time in which governments across industrialized economies are investing these very vast budgets on transforming the industrial production structure of different countries, well, it's important to understand under what conditions those budgets can succeed or not. And that's because really that can make a difference between wasting really large amounts of public money or actually setting the basis for future prosperity in advanced economies. Next slide, please. And so we're starting to think about it, and the first thing to do is really to try to make sense of the literature and trying to make sense of industrial policy. Now, industrial policy has a long tradition. A lot of authors have written about it, all the way going back to 100 years ago and Keynes' contribution. And but if you look at it on the whole, industrial policy is really tends to be viewed from the perspective of state power. So there's this assumption that there's a gap that is worth filling and that can only be addressed through government intervention. And so the gap is due to market failures, corporate myopia, historical circumstances, and so on. But what derives from that perspective really is that there's a sense that if governments can put together the necessary political will, they can design, they can agree on worthy objectives and design appropriate policies, then it's a matter of doing it. And that if they have the will, then something positive will happen out of it. And so we criticize that on two accounts. The first one is that, well, firms don't really play much into this perspective. And the reality is that, yes, public policy is important, defining goals and defining policies is important, but if you don't have firms, which in the end are the ones that compete, that generate wealth, and that generate the economic opportunities that governments typically want to obtain out of industrial policy, then in the end, all of these outcomes are not going to happen. And the second gap that we see is that the focus on policies and policy design tends to forget the importance of institutions. So in the end, when we're trying to transform the production structure of a country, it's about trying to enable firms to generate competitive advantages. In order to do that, firms require resources and capabilities. Some of those resources and capabilities depend on firm-specific elements, such as size, such as ambidexterity, such as the government structure of a firm, and so on. But other factors, other resources and capabilities are socially embedded. And so that the provision of those public or semi-public goods depend on the underlying institutional structure of the country and the relationship between firms and other actors that tend to operate at national levels, such as governments, unions, other firms operating in the industry and the surrounding ecosystem, and so on. So really, next slide. So really what we're saying here is that if we think only in terms of defining policy objectives and defining policies, we're really just building sky castles, because we're not taking into account the foundations on which those policies are need to fit in, which are the institutions, and they're also not taking into account the role of firms, which are the ones that need to take those resources and capabilities derived from the policies in order to generate wealth, to generate competitive advantages, and to generate economic opportunities. Next slide. So essentially, our argument is that we think that political industrial policy can succeed if two first-order conditions are met. The first one is that those policies and those goals are in sync with the institutional fabric of the country or the region in which they are to be implemented, and we focus specifically on those institutions governing capital and skills. And if there are local firms that have at least embryonic capacity to leverage the public goods that derive from industrial policies in order to generate sustainable competitive advantages. So it's that stack of institutions, policies, and local firms that we want to emphasize rather than policy design and policy goals. And next slide. And what we're saying is that there are first order conditions, because if the two conditions are absent, more likely than not, IPs will fail. And if there are present, IP may succeed contingent or depending on whether those objectives and those policies are sufficiently well developed, are appropriate, and so on. And so we think of these two conditions in terms of a matrix, right? Which is what you see here, and 4 different scenarios that derive from them. Scenarios 1 and 2, we think that are perhaps the less important in terms of policy development. So the scenario 1 would be a situation in which the policies are not aligned with the institution and environment in which they are to be implemented, and also that country or that region doesn't really have firms that have at least an embryonic capacity to leverage the policy goods that are the public goods that are going to derive from the industrial policies in order to generate wealth and generate competitive advantages. So in that sense, industrial policy cannot do magic, right? It cannot really create the entire industrial ecosystem and the entire institutional ecosystem at once. And there are very few examples, probably in emerging economies in which there have been attempts to do that. But even in those cases when we see success, and we can think, for instance, of Spain in the 1980s and 1990s, typically there was already something there. Think, for instance, of how Spain in the 80s and the 90s may not have very competitive banks or a very competitive telecommunications operator, but it did have very large banks that were already fairly sophisticated, and Telefonica was already the largest firm operating in the country. So it was raining, but over fertile soil, so to speak. So it wasn't really a scenario one situation. Scenario two would be a situation when we think that industrial policy is largely unnecessary. Those would be situations such as the German car industry in 2008, where you already have a fairly sophisticated industrial ecosystem that is already competitive on its own terms. It's also well aligned with the institutional structure of the country. So the types of skills that are generated in Germany are well aligned with the needs of the automotive industry. For instance, patient capital aligns well with the needs of an industry that operates on long-term cycles and so on. So in that situation where you already have institutions that generate the appropriate public goods and you already have firms that are able to leverage them, then more likely than not, you don't really need a substantial industrial policy. You will need policies that maintain that ecosystem so that it continues to run, but it's already something that is already working on its own. So we think that the other two scenarios, 3 or 4, are probably the most interesting ones from the point of view of using industrial policy. Those are the situations in which one of the conditions is more or less there and the other one is weaker, and therefore what industrial policy does is to fill in the gaps. And we can think, for instance, in scenario 3 would be situations in which you already have an institutional environment that generates the types of skills and provides the appropriate capital for firms to operate, but firms are relatively weak or reluctant to enter for whatever reasons. And in that case, industrial policy would be there to try to stimulate entrepreneurship. And you can think of a number of examples, for instance, in French classic industrial policy style that have succeeded there. One of them, which we look in the paper, is EDF and the case of nuclear energy in France. Scenario 4 would be a situation in which what you have is a set of firms, probably emerging firms in the context of a change in industry, that are already generating, that already have to a degree competitive advantages that are already there, but you have an institutional alignment that is not really supportive of that ecosystem. And industrial policy there, what it can do is try to refit that institutional environment so that it provides the resources and capabilities that firms need in order to strengthen that ecosystem and continue operating. So we can think here of situations in which, for instance, AI chips, which is an emerging technology, and the presence of a number of European firms already operating in that area, but the lack of an institutional environment that can support the strengthening of that ecosystem. Or you can think of electric batteries and the way that European firms have already made some headway in that environment, but it's something new and it's evolving, and therefore there's a need for institutional support there. So those would be our 4 scenarios. And then what we do in the paper, next slide please, is to try to articulate those by looking into a series of industries. I'm not going to go into those. I already mentioned some of the examples, but these are some of the ideas that we have in mind. And the way that we are defining the cases is that we're choosing them on the basis of the dependent variables, so success or failure of industrial policy. We're looking at both cases of success and failure, and we're defining the cases on the basis of most different systems. Basically, the idea that we have examples of different industries building on Europe's rich industrial policy history, and what they do is that they're comparable in terms of the presence or the absence of the 2 conditions in our framework. Next slide. so then we apply that framework to the current situation of European semiconductor industrial policy. And what we argue here, and there's a new proposal on the table, it was launched on February 8th, so this is fairly recent. And what we expect is that industrial policy in this field will succeed when it focuses on areas where Europe already has some existing strengths because of the institutional alignment is there. So for instance, Europe is very strong in research in microelectronics, and it also has some very sophisticated and advanced engineering schools that are generating the types of skills that are needed in the industry. And also when the policy focused on those aspects, on those areas of the value chain where European firms are already present. So these are areas such as R&D, where IMEC is an institution that is already leading globally in R&D in the sector, AI chip design, or machinery and equipment. And we also argue that it is likely to fail when the policies do not align with either the institutional environment and the industrial structure of European firms in that industry. So those would be, for example, the more mature logic chips, where production costs are probably more important and scale are more important than having sophisticated skills and a very advanced research ecosystem. And so last slide. So just to finish, just a few practical implications of this paper is that we're trying to encourage policymakers to look beyond just policy design and looking at the missions, right, which is the Matsukato argument. And we're trying to say that industrial policy needs to take into account both the needs and the characteristics of the existing firms and those of the existing institutional ecosystem. We argue that industrial policy is more likely to work when advanced economies focus on targeted interventions that leverage existing strengths and try to move beyond those trends at the margins. And so it's also about emphasizing areas in which European firms already have a presence, or also trying to enter into those areas when there's still a lot of flexibility and they're not very established incumbents. And overall, what we think is that industrial policy should address the needs of firms, so not necessarily the ambitions of politicians, because this is really about providing firms the types of resources and capabilities that they need to generate wealth, to generate good jobs, and to create the types of economic opportunities that are going to enable advanced countries to stay on top and to maintain their standard of living. This is not really about satisfying the egos of the policymakers. And so that's really it. Thank you so much, and I apologize for all the technical glitches. Thank you.
we have to change the plans, but I think that we have a very stimulating and a very well constructed presentation by Angela. Definitely, we open the debate because I think the debate could be in the role of the institution and the role of the firms, the capabilities of the firms and the institutions that is in the game. It's open to questions. No? I don't want to start, but all the cases are always particular cases. We are talking in abstract terms. She introduced some examples, for example, for the British car manufacturers, again, the German car manufacturers as examples of two models, one successful, one a failure in terms of industrial policy. Probably most of the people in this meeting are concerned with the Spanish case in this in this presentation, and even we could anticipate as well what kind of policies, industrial policies, I'm much more involved in the role of the Public Development Bank, like in the case of Natalia and Stephanie Griffith-Jones. In this moment, seems that all the if you want, all the policies are orientated or driven by financial policies, and this could be another point of debate in terms of the presentation of Angela. So I open the round of question or debate. I don't know if Clara want to.
If there's no other words, yes, I'll take the opportunity to ask Angela. I mean, since we haven't, or I haven't read your paper, we just got the abstract and we found it very interesting for the session. But since I don't have the details, may I take this moment to ask you a little more about the institution building part? I mean, in the case, I don't have the matrix in front of me, but I think it's bottom right. But there's problems with institutional setting. I don't know if you could just expand a little on that. What institutions are you conceiving to be important? How to promote their, I don't know, their bettering for them to contribute to the success of industrial policy? That would be my question. Also, since we're having some questions in the chat, may I? Do you want to read those, Daniel, and then we'll get another.
There is a first question that we are is about the matrix that you presented, Angela. What a country can do if it finds itself in a scenario one. In Europe, of course, it seems that there are no case one in general. Probably we think that is typical of developing countries of Africa or less developed countries in Latin America. We assume that the ecosystems now give certain conditions that nobody could be in this situation. And I think that is a relevant question. For what I have been able to understand, it seems that any IP would fail. So what do you recommend, particularly if you have in mind, I think, well, many cases or regions in Europe, but as well in terms of industrial policy in other countries?
Yeah, so
Angela, sorry, there's one more question in that question. It says, where is Spain in the matrix, according to your, I think it's a very good question too, so I'm adding that. And there was one hand here in the room. So if you wanna, do you wanna ask?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so one more contribution here, and then I'll get the floor back to you, Angela, okay?
Yes.
Since we know that there are very long debate about the industrial policy factors and drivers to the success, for example, industrial policy for the 21st century from Roderick in 2005 in the first draft, of course, Campo 2005 with the structural dynamics. After that, the book from Stiglitz, Timoli, another one. No, I don't remember if it was Roderick, something like that. Of course, policy, industrial policy from Androni and Chang. You know, and after that, there's another of results of these studies. I know that they are practical, very practical. That you need to be focused on practical questions, you know, and to be focused on capabilities, particularly on technological absorptive capabilities are very the crucial point, you know. But I want to open the question to, of course, Angela, and after that to Daniel and Antonio. And I want to ask you what are the results, the practical results for the in this moment, looking for the 2030 for this decade. You know, is this the question?
Well, Angela, I don't know if you want to reply.
Yeah, so a lot of questions there. Okay, let's start with the matrix ones. So, okay, so I would say that a country doesn't necessarily find itself on the whole on one of the four scenarios, right? You have to look at different industries, and a country may find itself in different positions depending on what industry we're talking about. If you want to think about Spain, for instance, historically, in the 1980s or the 1990s, well, so the banking industry was in one position, and the ICT industry was in a different position, the energy industry was in a different position, and then manufacturing, and for instance, the car industry was in a different position. So when we're thinking about industrial policy, it's worth unpacking it a little bit and thinking of different industries and different industrial ecosystems, right? So not all industries are going to find themselves in the same situation. And what I think is important is to see that landscape, see where those different industries are, and then decide which ones are worth supporting and which ones are not, because you would have to start by creating the whole industrial ecosystem from scratch. And that's what's going to be very difficult. So it's not that the country is going to find itself in quadrant 3, the one where everything is already working everywhere, or where you have strong firms. So so a country is going to find itself in different positions in different industries, and it's a matter of choosing those where it makes sense to invest. And it could also be, like it is the case now with semiconductors, that within the same value chain, Europe may find itself in different positions in different parts of the value chain. For instance, Europe is very competitive in machinery and equipment for the manufacture of semiconductors. So there's this firm that produces the machines that everybody has to buy if they want to produce 3 millimeter or less, or start thinking about 2 millimeter chips, because nobody else in the world does it. So that's the area where Europe is very strong. But for instance, there's no EDA software, which is essential for chip design, is coming out of the US, and Europe doesn't have a lot of it, or there's not a lot of firms that are focused on chip design. Well, there are different types of chips, but there are certain types of chips for which the design is coming out of the US, for instance. So it's really about thinking of industrial policy in a little bit more of a detailed structure, right? And so that's what I would answer to that. And what would a country do if it's find itself in scenario 1? So again, the answer would be that, well, it's about looking at different industries, different types of industrial ecosystems, and try to figure out which ones have more potential, not given what is happening in the world and whether they should invest on industry A or industry B, but rather actually looking at what they have on the ground and seeing what are our strengths as a country, what are our strengths in terms of the industry that we have, what types of firms, what types of things can we support here, and then trying to build up that industrial policy from the ground up, rather than thinking industry X has a lot of potential. We're thinking, well, we have a lot of potential in this industry because we already have X and Y resources and X and Y firms. So the second question on the chat was also about the EU. EU is noted for multi-level governance, Yes.
Well, yes, the second is Roy Williams. And in Europe, it's noted by multi-level government, Brussels, national government, regional government. What is the appropriate role of each of these levels to promote industrial policy across the continent? Not in the countries, but across the continent.
Well, that's complicated because again, it's going to depend. It's going to depend on the distribution of power, right, between the different hierarchies, right. So there are things that Brussels can do. For instance, if you look at historical examples, one thing that, say, for instance, the example of Airbus, what Brussels did is that it put together the efforts of different governments and existing industries in different countries to create something that one single country could have not done on its own. So I think what the advantage of Europe is that we have this supranational institutional layer that has the power and sometimes the, I guess, the wherewithal to put together the efforts of different countries that perhaps on their own they would not agree to do something together. And that I think that's something that is an advantage of Europe, and if used appropriately, can be very powerful. And I think it comes together in industries that are very internationalized. Again, well, the aerospace industry is one of them. Semiconductors could be another one of them, in which you really need more than the resources of one country alone in order to be relevant in that particular industry. And then, of course, it's important that those supranational decisions and plans are in sync with what each one of the countries also want to do, right? So it's important to have that communication and that multi-layer communication. And in that, I think the European Union is actually also an asset, because that creates that, because there's that substrate of trust among different countries that you wouldn't have if you had other individual countries that don't have that very deep and lengthy relationship and that strong thick institutional base that links European countries together. So you have, for instance, Asian countries, and it's funny how they cannot, yes, they have a trade agreement now, but it's difficult to think of a level of cooperation across Asian countries that would mirror what Europe is able to do. And so, you know, more than thinking of specifically about the roles, I think union in that regard, and when we're talking about high-level internationalized industries, is really a strong asset if we use it appropriately.
Thank you. Is in the room some question? Clara? Yeah. Is anybody in the...
Yes.
No, you stop. You talk already too much. I talk too much.
But just let me say that Natalia is back in the room. So I don't know if it's better, Rafa, what do you think? To take a couple more questions or move on to the...
Yeah, maybe a couple of questions.
Maybe a couple of questions, and Natalia, then you have them. Okay, thank you.
Who's here? Actually, and it's not a question, it's a suggestion. You have to document, if you allow me that, your statement that advanced economies are rediscovering industrial policy. I don't believe in that. I remember the last document of the European Union 2 years ago. I honestly confess that I haven't read any more documents on the European Union. They reject industrial policy. The more you get from that is some policies in concrete sectors, in concrete industries, but they reject the industrial policy as a concept, the concept of the 60s, 70s, and maybe in the 80s, yeah, the industrial policy disappeared. So my suggestion is, please, because I am keen to read your paper, your working paper, document this statement, because I don't believe that according to my experience. I am sorry to be so pessimist. Neoclassical thinking is still here over us. And every time that somebody says that neoclassical thinking is weak or is weakening, I say no, unfortunately, no. It's stronger in academia and in central banks and in governments. It's stronger than ever. Sorry.
No, that's okay, no problem. And I think that's simply a matter of rephrasing things, and maybe instead of stating it as strongly, talk about some of the initiatives that governments have been putting in place since well, the crisis, and trying to say that, well, at least on the surface they look very much like industrial policy. And the level of commitment, and and use examples, like you say, right? Just document it and use examples to define what we're talking about. Okay, thank you. That's very useful.
Yeah, I think it's more than a problem of how we write our papers. It's really about what's happening, right? And I would say I was the pessimist in the previous session. Let me be a bit more optimist. My optimist in the sense that they got very scared. In European Union, they got scared when strategic companies like KUKA were bought by a major Chinese company, where recently the Italian government used golden share power to protect one of the machinery company which does the semiconductor that Angela was referring to. This was not done before, right? When someone like a prime minister like Draghi takes that position, there is something. They got scared. They know that they cannot afford to lose some specific assets, and even the competition authority, which has always been very neoclassical and neoliberal in many respects, is starting sort of reviewing the extent to which the relevant market for mergers across Europe can or not be accepted, right? Because as you may know, for example, 1.5 years ago, they stopped a joint between Alstom, the French giant, and Siemens. There was some issues around the shipbuilding industry between France and Italy. So I think things are evolving. I'm a bit less optimist than Angela that actually in Europe we work so nicely all together, because I think there has been quite a lot of problems in terms of who is designing the industrial policy in Brussels, right? Because there is some industrial strategy, but I would argue that sometimes is the industrial strategy that is convenient to the countries who are dominant already in European context in industrial policy terms, right? So if the industrial strategy, I was in a industrial economics day in Brussels in 2013, Roderick was there. We were making jokes about the fact that the policy looked like, when they started talking about Industry 4.0, looked like a policy done for Siemens to actually try to get a bit of leverage across Europe, because it's still too small in comparison to the global digital players. So I think it's a complicated situation. Now, I have just a question for Angela. How do you define industrial ecosystems, and how do you understand this dichotomy that you have in the matrix? Because we all know, I will present later a matrix. Matrix are useful, but my concern is that the relationship that you're trying to explain between institutional development and productive business capability development is actually a co-evolving, quite intimate relationship, right? And so as soon as you split it in a matrix, sort of that co-evolution sort of seems to be lost. And so I'm trying to understand analytically how that can be strengthened in the argument, because otherwise the risk is to have a quite rigid representation of what these two things are. And I would argue even the industrial ecosystem institutions are part of it, right? It's not firms that exist in a vacuum. They are, highly regulated and highly, their relationship are based on institutional arrangement. So I'm curious about how you engage with these issues analytically.
Okay, so I'll start with the first one. So industrial ecosystems. Okay, I think that's the weak point on the paper, and that we need to define that more strongly, right? Because we're hesitating between talking about value chains or talking about the Jacobites concept of industrial ecosystem. So I think this is something that my co-author and I need to discuss and lay out more clearly in the paper. Now, on the second issue, which now I forgot. Sorry, I drew a blank. Yes. So the relationship, the matrix. Yeah, we've had that comment as well. But the thing is, what we wanted to emphasize is that we're trying to speak to political economies, right? And what I see in the political economy literature is that firms are just the black box. They are there. They're not really actors. They tend to be considered as providers of information for policymakers. And what we want to emphasize there, that in the end, firms are independent actors. When you have firms that are worth billions of dollars or billions of euros, you can really they're not just providers of information for government, they're actors on their own self. And so, yes, it's right. It's true that they build on those resources and capabilities that the environment provides, but they also have their own. So they're not just products of institutions, there are also actors. And I think that's what we're trying to emphasize. They're not just you can't create firms by fiat, and you can create competitive firms that persist over a period of years and decades just by wishing them and through political decisions. So I think that's something that somebody else mentioned in the comments to our paper, to the draft that we circulated last week. And it's probably something that we need to strengthen, but we do strongly believe that they are actors on their own right and separate from the institutional environment.
Can I say something very quickly? But they're actors. I cannot agree more. I think it's a very strong point to perceive firms separately as actors on their own, as you're saying. But at the same time, they're actors that create institutions. They are part of the institutional environment. If by institutions you not only understand state-related institutions, so that's why I was asking before. What's in that box of institutions? I'm sorry, I haven't read the papers, so I'm asking you directly. I could also read the paper, I guess, and I wouldn't have to ask again. But because in my eyes, firms on their own, not in relationship with the state, but on their own in relationship with themselves and with and with other actors, private actors in the economy, they're also institution builders. So I don't know if Antonio was going somewhere there when saying that analytically, how do you, separate? Or again, I guess I would have to understand better what's in the box of institutions. I'm sorry, but I think it's a wonderful, way of thinking to try to split up these concepts of actors and institutions in order to figure out possibilities of success. So very, very interesting.
So first of all, I'm going to apologize for not sharing the paper. The thing is that we have a working version of it, but we're still working on the cases, and I didn't want to share something that is very likely to change a lot between now and having something that we feel comfortable sharing with everybody. But if you have a chance, I will do that later on, and that's not the problem. I can send it to Clara, and you can distribute it to everybody, and I'm very happy to do that. I apologize for not doing it now. Now, in terms of the types of institutions that we're using, we're referring primarily to those that govern capital markets and skills. So so those are the two main inputs that firms need, right? And when we're talking about capital, we're not talking about the existence of deep capital markets, because that's probably a definition of what an advanced economy is. But we're talking about the existence or not, or the types of limits on state aid. And for instance, in Europe at constitutional level, there are a couple of articles I don't remember the numbers of the articles right now, but there are a couple of articles that prevent countries from using public funds to support firms. And there are only a few cases in which there are these IPCEI new programs that can be used in order to support industrial policy initiatives. So we're talking about the existence of those institutional constraints on state aid and industrial policy specifically. And in terms of skills, where we're thinking about the both the wage systems operating in the country, the institutions of higher education, and then links between public research institutions and firms. So those would be the types of institutions that we have in mind. Generally speaking, I get the point from the room that we do need to clarify that difference between the institutions and the firms. So just to tell you where I was coming from, in international business, there's these FSA, CSA metrics that I was using to think through the metrics that we created here. FSA stands from comparative advantages, and CSAs stand for country-specific advantage. So what it happens is that in that matrix, so when firms are trying to look at the decisions that they take into consideration the resource and capabilities that they have as firms, and also those that they get from the country. So what I was trying to do is adapt that framework in a way to the view of governments and how they view industrial policy, right? So the institutions would be the elements that create those country-specific advantages, and then the firms are, their own elements, and they have their own resources and capabilities as well. So it's this idea that you have what derives from socially embedded resources and capabilities, what derives from the capabilities and resources that firms as autonomous agents provide, and then how to connect those two in order to think of different scenarios and different possibilities for industrial policy. So that probably needs to be developed a little bit more. And it was a short presentation, so I didn't get a chance to speak to all the details, but that's where it's coming from.
I assume that there is no more questions, but basically I think there was a brilliant, provoking presentation, but we are obliged now to read your paper just for a proper debate. I think that is open. I'm sure there are many open questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, now if Natalia, hello? Yes.
Natalia, I just wanted to say that if you prefer that we share the slides, or is your computer working okay?
Everything is working.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Very
But
well.
maybe it is actually easier if you wouldn't mind if you just share.
Oh, okay. So I thought it was you sharing, so it's us sharing. It's
yeah, I mean,
Rafa
since
sharing.
you're
Okay.
already on, maybe it's just easier to do it like that.
Okay.
So Stephanie unfortunately can't make it. In the end, her internet has suddenly collapsed, and and we've been trying to get it to work, but she can't manage. So so maybe she'll come in at some point. I don't know, but I'll just go ahead with
Hello,
the presentation.
Stefan is here.
Oh, she's here.
Oh, great. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So Stephanie, I'll go ahead with the presentation, and then do you want to just jump in whenever you want? Like just, yeah.
Just please tell us when to change slides, okay? So that we don't
I
get.
will.
Okay, thank you.
So can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so I mean, so public development banks have really been a key tool in designing and implementing industrial policy, both historically and currently. And in Europe, the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund have been key partners in implementing a lot of the post-crisis kind of investment plans, specifically the Juncker plan, which is also called FC. And going forward, the EIB is going to play an even more important role in the EU's post-COVID industrial policy, or supposed industrial policy response. So in this paper, what we really tried to do is create an analytical framework by which to evaluate these initiatives and to evaluate how effective they might be in achieving their stated industrial policy objectives. So just to start with some political background on, we can say on the same slide, it's still the previous one. So some political background on the FC, how it came about. So following the 2008 crisis and the austerity that came in its wake, the EIB's paid-in capital was actually doubled with contributions from all of the member states in 2012. And this led to significant increases in lending, guarantee, and equity operations. But this was still considered to be very, very far from sufficient. And this led to calls for further recapitalization and for increased investment, and especially from the Social Democrats in the European Parliament and institutions. And so a traditional Keynesian response at the time would have, it would have looked something like, it would have involved EU countries directly increasing their national deficits to fund investment nationally, or or they could have increased EU level investment through increasing the EU budget, or to further increasing directly the capitalization of the EIB, which would then enable the EIB to increase its loan volume. But this would have required the member states to increase their contributions to the EU budget. And so the political context at the time, in the context of the Eurozone debt crisis, the creditor governments, especially Germany, but also Netherlands and Finland, blocked this traditional kind of Keynesian response at both the national and the EU levels. And so the result was the FC, which was formulated under under real and perceived fiscal constraints. Which was basically a Keynesian mechanism, but where no additional public money was put. So the EIB and the EIF became the natural institution to implement FC, particularly given its long established record in lending to infrastructure projects and SMEs and so on. So FC is basically a 26, or it was a 26 billion euro guarantee from the EU budget. And this came mainly from existing research and innovation and transport budget lines, so it wasn't really new money. And this was complemented by a 7.5 billion allocation from the EIB's own capital. And so this total amount allocated of 33.5 billion aimed to then leverage additional investment of at least 500 billion euros. And this was to be done between 2015 and 2020. And so basically, as a result of all of these budgetary constraints, rather than committing additional EU budgetary funds, FC is essentially uses a very small fraction of the EU budget as a guarantee for EIB projects that have a higher risk profile than the usual EIB projects. And so the implicit aim is to kind of increase the amount of risk that the EIB takes by supporting valuable projects and clients that could not secure funding on their own. And we'll get back to this more on this later. Now, for the next EU budget, the Commission is, sorry, we're still on the same slide. I let you know when to change. So for the next EU budget, the Commission is kind of developing the Invest EU fund. And although, so the details were not final at the time that we wrote this paper, the basic idea is the same. So the original Invest EU proposal is being updated to incorporate the kind of post-COVID response, as well as a European Green New Deal. And it includes the creation of a 31 billion euro strategic European investment window, which is supposed to be more explicitly industrial policy oriented. And the new sector is, the new window is designed to promote sectors in line with the industrial strategy, including encouraging large corporations to maintain and develop their production within the EU or under the control of European investors, and in scaling up deployment of innovative technologies in key sectors such as industrial biotechnology and pharmaceuticals. But this new kind of phase is all, and what's key for our paper is that it's also supposed to follow the Juncker Plan model of using an EU budget guarantee to then mobilize additional public and private funds for investment. And so the purpose of our paper wasn't to study the InvestEU or the post-COVID response. It was more to look at the lessons that we could take from what has been done in FC and then apply them to whatever more recent program comes about. So now we move to the next slide. So in order to do this, because FC is still quite recent, and because many of the projects in FC have very long maturities, the full impact of which it won't be known until the longer term. So it's quite hard to determine at this stage concretely what the full economic and even budgetary implications are. So the approach we took in this paper was to come up with a framework for assessing the likely results. And so in evaluating the types of instruments that these initiatives use to finance investment, we thought that two kind of main issues emerged. And the first concerns the types of risks that various instruments entail for the public sector. So I mean, remember, the main purpose of FC was to encourage the EIB to take on more risk. But we were kind of asking, you know, what kind of risks are these, and are all risks actually equally beneficial? And then the second major issue was the trade-off between just increasing loan volume, which is the aim of FC, but so that we say that there is a trade-off between increasing loan volume through leverage and through having policy steer or control over the end. It's still the same slide, sorry, over the end projects. So we distinguish between real economy risks and financial risks. So real economy risks are basically related to the natural uncertainty inherent in certain projects or sectors. And to give some examples, these are typical, for instance, in infrastructure projects, where the risks of construction difficulties and delays, especially in ambitious engineering projects like the Channel Tunnel or so on. They're also very prevalent in the funding of innovative companies, such as startups that might be based on potentially excellent ideas, but lack assets or guarantees or a track record. Financing of SMEs is also generally considered more risky, even though these might have valuable benefits for employment and so on. It also relates to sectoral or cross-sectoral innovation that may lead to major increases in productivity or in significant structural transformation. So for instance, the move to a greener economy. And it could also imply lending or investing in countries that are temporarily seen as less creditworthy by international financial markets, especially during financial crisis or other major shocks. And these real economy risks are in sharp contrast with what we call financial risks or financial engineering risks, which are created by financial actors and often partly hidden by opaque and complex financial structures, and whose impact often only emerges exposed in crisis situations. And so the stated aim of these kind of risks is to increase leverage of public resources. And for this reason, they may be also backed by policymakers. And this is generally done through creating instruments with financial risks. The way that this is done, the way that the leverage is brought about is through creating instruments with financial risk that increases the profitability for private financial actors, while minimizing their risk of losses in order to attract them to participate in the project. And so while the mobilization of private capital brings potential benefits in terms of leveraging these scarce budgetary resources, it also generates potential fiscal risks for the public sector via contingent liabilities. And so I'm going to go on to give some examples of real economy risk and financial risk that should clarify what I've said here. But first, I just wanted to quickly discuss the second major issue, which is the trade-off between leverage and policy steer. So if we could move to the next slide now. So the main issue here is that there's a trade-off between the EC's objectives for achieving policy steer, for instance, as part of an industrial policy or a green transformation, and in achieving the highest possible loan volume through leverage. And this is because the instruments that provide the leverage also make the activity much more indirect. And this means enforcing conditionalities is also harder, and monitoring it is also harder, which I'll get to in a second. So because the increased loan volume is achieved through involving private intermediaries, so private financial intermediaries, the more indirect the operations become, and the less strategic direction the European institutions are able to exert over the projects, the less likely industrial policy is to work through these mechanisms. And the range of potential projects also becomes greatly limited because some projects just can't be made attractive to private investors, no matter what the amount of subsidy given is. This is either due to the risk involved or because the project will remain loss-making for too long. So for instance, the development of a completely new technology. But these projects might be extremely socially or economically valuable, so you might still need to go ahead with them. So FC's leverage mechanism is basic. So basically the decision to create an investment plan based on leverage rather than additional public money created all these incentives to use the EIB as the key implementing partner because exactly of its ability to add leverage through raising funds on private capital markets. So this is the first stage of leverage, the middle box, and it's called the internal multiplier in the European institutions. And basically the idea is that the EIB will also raise its own money on international capital markets. And so this leverages the amount that comes from the budget. And then in order to further increase loan volumes, the EIB also relies on various risk-sharing arrangements with private, in some cases, public financial intermediaries, but also mainly private financial intermediaries to as great an extent as possible, because these also add further leverage. And this is the second stage, which is called the external multiplier. So these public or private financial intermediaries, there might be national development banks, they might be private banks, leasing companies, investment funds, and so on. And this is done through various risk-sharing arrangements, which have different multipliers. So on the one hand, you have traditional loans, like senior loans from the EIB, which have the greatest policy steer because it's easy to control where they go and it's easy to impose conditionalities on them, but they have much lower multipliers. And then, on the other hand, you have much more complex instruments that have that bring much higher leverage, but have much less control. So for instance, the EIB sometimes de-risks private banks' loan portfolios. And then the expectation is that these private banks will then increase lending to the priority sectors, but it's in practice very difficult, if not impossible, to monitor whether the banks are actually doing this or not. So I'll give, how am I doing for time? I'll just give a few examples and then I'll finish off, and Stephanie can come in at any point if she wants. So if we can skip the next slide and go to the one after. So this Galloper wind project is one example we came across of the EIB taking real economy risk. So the Galloper offshore wind farm, it's a 336 MW offshore wind farm located off the coast of the southeast of England. It's composed of 56 wind turbines, one offshore substation, and associated cabling to deliver the power to the grid. The FC guarantee was used to support the EIB's financing of £225 million of a total cost of £1.5 billion for the project. And various economic risks made this project too risky to be financed in the in the private sector alone. So the main one was the pace of technological change. Galloper used the newest technology available at the time. And this meant that, potential private creditors to the project would have been exposed to new technologies with no track record or limited track records, making them unwilling to lend. But the EIB was able to take on this risk due to the FC guarantee. And it also benefits from engineers on its staff who have expertise in offshore wind. Then there was the size of the investment. So as is typical for offshore wind farms, the size of the upfront investment was very large for this project at 1.5 billion pounds. But because commercial banks have concentration limits on single projects, there existed a big funding gap in the market. And the FC guarantee allowed the EIB to provide an increased amount of funds to the project, which helped to catalyze then the rest of the investment. And then finally, there was multi-contractor risk. So because working offshore on large projects with new construction methods is inherently risky for contractors, they were only comfortable to signing up to do discrete tasks for the project. And as a result, the Glober project had to use 5 different contractors. However, private banks generally prefer to have a single entity taking responsibility for the design and the construction of any large infrastructure project, because this avoids then the risk of disputes between the various contractors in the event of delays or unforeseen risks. So the FC guarantee again allowed the EIB to provide support despite this being the case. Can we move on to the next slide, please? So, okay, that was an example of economic risk. That's kind of, what the purpose of FC was. So that was a case where it did actually work quite successfully. But then, there were also instances where the financial risk was increased, but the economic risk was not. So just to reiterate, the main aim of FC is to provide finance to valuable projects that would not get financed on private markets alone, or through the normal EIB channels due to their high risk. So one of the problems is that the EIB's matrix for assessing whether this developmental role is being played is to take into account the risk profile of EIB's financial products rather than that of the final beneficiaries. And this is problematic because in some cases, economic and financial risks can diverge. So they might be very different things. Sorry, you have your hand up.
We need to finish in 10 minutes maximum, please.
Oh yeah, I'll be done in like 3 minutes.
Thank you.
So in some cases, the same project was actually classified as a more risky FC project rather than a normal EIB project. Financial products used changed to riskier ones. So to give an example, the EIB's board of directors had approved financing for the investment program of a listed energy company, which remains anonymous, through a traditional senior loan outside of FC. The approved loan was never signed because the EIB then offered the same company a corporate hybrid debt product, which it was developing at the time. And the new financial product basically offered a weaker contractual protection to the EIB and a longer grace period for interest repayments as compared to the previous senior loan. So because the contract itself in this new financial product was more risky for the EIB, the rating of the operation was downgraded, and this qualified it as a special activity under FC. So in this case, clearly, while the financial risk to the EIB increased, the economic risk of the actual project itself remained exactly the same because the project didn't change. So while funding projects with economic risk is necessary, taking excessive financial risk through the use of these complex financial products or through socializing too much of the risk of private financial intermediaries without harsher conditionalities on them creates the danger that public entities are going to bear all of the risks while the private sector reaps all of the rewards. And it could have long-term negative budgetary implications via contingent liabilities. So I can skip over the next slide and just jump to the conclusion. So FC has made important achievements, including the significant leverage in providing, in providing guarantees and loans on a very scarce EU budget. And an example of this is, something like the Galloper wind project. So that's not to say that, FC has not achieved anything, but the argument in our paper is that it seems that the EIB's mode of engagement with private investors creates this trade-off between policy steer, which is implied in the in European moves towards industrial policy, and so there's a trade-off between this policy steer, which is desired, and between greater leverage, which is implied in the strategy to mobilize private resources. And this trade-off is also linked to the distinction between real economy risk and financial risk. And while funding projects with real economy risk is valuable, taking excessive financial risks through complex financial products or through excessive risk sharing or de-risking of the private sector is not. And so the going forward, the InvestEU and the EIB's post-COVID response should focus more on real economy risk and less on financial risk, and more on the final beneficiaries of projects rather than on the private financial intermediaries themselves. And this is especially so for the strategic investment window, which is supposedly oriented towards industrial policy rather than counter-cyclicality, or just providing loan volume. So here the control over the instruments actually becomes even more important, and the loan volume actually becomes less important. And this becomes easier to implement if greater resources are granted by the European Commission or by the member states to the EIB. So for instance, to increase the EIB's paid-in capital. And this is because the more resources the EIB has at its disposal, the less it will have to rely on these private financial intermediaries and very indirect sources of lending. So I will stop there. I don't know if Stephanie wants to come in with anything, or we go to Q&A.
Thank you very much. I think it was very clear. I know if Stephanie wants to add something at the moment or in the comment.
I would like to add, but I'm sorry if I don't want to take too much time. And Natalia's presentation was very good. I just want to add a few points. The first point was that I think in a later paper that Natalia and I co-authored with others, like Shari Spiegel and Jajun, we refined a little bit the context, and we didn't just talk about economic risks and dealing with uncertainty in the projects, but we used the term development impact. So what are development banks about? They are about maximizing development impact and not about, reducing financial risk for private financial actors. So perhaps that's more precise. And the other point illustrates what Natalia showed talked about indirect instruments, because, for example, with the COVID crisis, a lot of development banks, including the EIB, have increased the role of direct credit because they have a purpose, they want to disperse funds quickly, and sometimes it seems, and in particular sectors that are more badly hit or that need more money, and therefore they use direct credit. So I think the line that we are trying to develop about more use of direct instruments is back, if you like, on the agenda. And then finally, if I may, I just wanted to do a little update about the EIB very quickly in the light of what has happened. So we pointed out, and Natalia presented very clearly, that that there was a sort of quasi-Keynesian response via the EIB because there was a resistance of the northern governments to expand their fiscal policy. But this somehow changed in a very positive way. And we have now this 750 billion euro fund, which is a major fiscal response where collectively the EU countries borrowed, and where this is being allocated particularly to the relatively poorer countries of the EU. And to some extent, this we haven't really studied it, the EIB didn't have its role increased as much, perhaps as one would have liked. And more importantly, as for example, the European Parliament would have liked. So a little bit, there was a change from a more traditional fiscal Keynesian policy and less reliance on the EIB. But on the other hand, I just wanted to stress that there is also emphasis not just on recovery from COVID, but a green recovery. And the EIB has been given a very important role because it's now called a green bank, which from 2025, 50% of its operations will be geared to the green transition, and the rest have to be consistent with it. So, so I think that is a very important area. But I think the kind of things that we were writing about, that Natalia was talking, are still important, because sometimes in this push for maximizing, for example, lending to the green economy, there's a temptation to use these shortcuts, increase leverage, and to try and attract as much private funding as possible, which is good, but should be done carefully not to do these contingent liabilities. And one sort of final thing, just to say, which usually EIB senior officials say, but I think it's a very nice story, is that in the COVID times, the EIB funded BioNTech, this German small company then, run by this Turkish couple, for them to adapt the techniques for cancer research to producing a vaccine, which then associated with Pfizer has produced this Pfizer vaccine, which is probably making me less ill than I would have been otherwise. So this is a sort of global public good, I would say, because it not only favored Germany or Europe, but globally. And so I think this is the kind of success story of a development bank, which is what they're supposed to do, I think. I mean, they lend only 100 million euros, but the impact has been massive. So that's I think some good news. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's clear, at least for me, that I definitely have read your papers, that there is a reinvention of development banks at a European level, national level, and even a local level. And these transformations that change from traditional loans to equity, venture capital, a different kind of intervention that is relevant for industrial policies, basically. So with this summarizing, we open the debate, the questions. I don't have any question in the chat. I don't know, Clara, and the people that are in the room.
I just want to comment something quickly, practical issues. We were supposed to finish a little bit ago, but if that's okay with everybody in the room, we're going to go through 2 p.m. and then we'll still have quite a bit of time for lunch before we come back at 3:30 for the third panel, if I'm not mistaken, right? 3:30 for everybody to, but after that, yeah, we're open to questions and comments. I think, I mean, I'm grateful to everybody participating here, but very particularly to Stephanie, doing so from quite far away and not in her best conditions, right? So and to Natalia, because I think finance is usually not paid enough attention. As also Nuria was suggesting before, the financial structures or the financial system should be very much taken into account when analyzing possibilities of development policies or industrial policies in particular. So let me just ask a question that might be, I don't know, might be a little silly, or maybe I should know the answer to, but I would like to hear with more I'd like to hear your answer. How do you, I mean, analytically, in practical research, how do you differentiate economic from financial risks? How do you know which ones they're covering? Or, I mean, is it by looking at the kinds of financial instruments? Or is it by looking at the kind of projects actually being financed? How can we split those two? And again, if I should have learned that from reading your paper, which I did, I'm sorry if it's a silly question. Anybody else wants to add a question or a comment? Yeah, there's one more question. There's one more question here from the room. So if that's okay with you, Natalia and Stephanie, you take a couple more questions and then you can take a turn to answer them all, okay? Yes.
Yes, it's a very short question. Do you believe in the leverage figures of the investments that gives the European investment banks? But I think this is a key question. Apart from the issue of the risks, economic and financial, do you believe in that figures? Is there any evidence that they will be accomplished? Sorry for my English.
Yeah, Antonio.
I'll be very brief. I think it's a great paper. I'm very interested in, again, what was already mentioned, understanding a bit more also how do you define the economic. I think I understand the difference, how do you distinguish the two, but then how do you assess the economic risk? Because you start talking about a number of project characteristics, right? But when I think about World Bank investment in energy project in developing countries where there are problems around uptake of some of the technologies and all these things, it seems to me that that assessment can be quite biased, right? So you can make the story that actually the investment is extremely risky so that you can then have an excuse to do all that type of scheme of leveraging that you were referring to. So I'm just trying to figure out how, if you have something to say more about how economic risk should be assessed, what are the parameters that should be taken into consideration? Because it seems to me that can be part of the problem, right? Even if you are able to distinguish it from the financial risk.
Shall we respond, or should we wait for more questions?
You could answer these two questions, these two topics.
Stephanie, do you want to go first, or shall I go first? I think you're on mute. I can't hear Steph.
You are silent.
I am speechless. I was speechless. Yeah, I'm not at my best, so I'll have a go. I think it's a very interesting question about how you distinguish financial engineering risk and economic risk. And as a typical academic, I could say we need further research. But I think it's a bit, like, you can't necessarily define what an elephant is, but you know it when you see him or her. I think Natalia gave a few examples, which I thought were very good. For example, she talked about the Channel Tunnel, which is a typical case where there were a lot of, for example, geological risks. In fact, the cost was much higher than the initial projection. So there was kind of geological, if you like, or engineering uncertainty. And that's the kind of thing that the private sector doesn't like to take on its own. And therefore, the fact that there was some co-financing from the European Investment Bank helped with that and contributed to this very valuable project. If, for example, lending to poorer countries or poorer regions within Europe or to SMEs may be another area where there is more uncertainty. And I think particularly, of course, in these areas of innovation, where you're trying to go into new aspects new sectors, new technologies. For example, there was also a case of wind farm. Natalia gave a good one, but also there was a British one which borrowed from the EIB before we foolishly left the EU. And, it was the same kind of wind farm, but they were much bigger, and therefore they posed different kinds of technological risks. And so the EIB contribution with the private sector was very valuable. And so a financial engineering risk would be where, and I think the second example that Natalia gave showed it very nicely, that you can package the same project in a sort of financial engineering way, which doesn't add any economic risk, doesn't add any greater taking of real economy uncertainty. And this is what we are concerned about. And maybe we say it too politely, but there's also, I think there is behind this a fear that the private financial sector may a little bit capture development banks and use them a bit too much for their own purposes. I mean, obviously, it's good to mobilize private finance, but the main purpose of a development bank like the EIB is to maximize development impact and take maximum economic risk. But I would accept that we need to do perhaps more analytical research to define these different kinds of risks more rigorously. And on the point about leverage, I don't know what Natalia thinks, but it's very hard to check this. I mean, these are the figures that we get from the EIB, and they explain them very convincingly when you talk to them. But again, I think more research may be valuable. But I think that Natalia may have.
Yeah, I'll just come in very quickly to add. I mean, so what Stephanie said is basically what I wanted to say, but maybe just to add a bit from a more practical perspective on the risks. So I mean, our thinking was basically that the EIB, when they assess the risks, they should do it only on the basis of the final beneficiaries and only on the basis of the projects, not on the basis of the financial products, which is what they do right now. So I mean, so for instance, like junior debt is more risky than senior debt, and guaranteeing all losses of private investors is even riskier to the EIB. But the project is exactly the same. But so the EIB's risk assessment is done according to how the financial product is packaged, not according to the characteristics of the project. And our argument was that they should be only or mainly looking at the characteristics of the project itself, not at the risk to themselves based on the contract that the risk sharing agreement is with the private investors is based on. On the leverage amount, so Stephanie already answered that, but I would just say it's not even the amount. Like, I think the amount in itself shouldn't be seen as a success or a failure, because in a way it doesn't even matter. It's more about which projects it went to and like the impact that it had on the projects. And I think the issue is that in order to start doing both the things that like Stephanie and I are talking about, like to define risks in terms of the projects and to see where the loans actually went, I think that would mean that the institutions have to be much more explicit about their industrial policy objectives, which they probably don't want to do for political reasons, right? Because then, I mean, then you have to really like define, which projects do you consider to be economically valuable, which do you consider to be socially valuable, and so on.
Can I just add one thing? It's sort of a little bit tangential, but I think important. I think that one thing that is interesting about the EIB is that it pioneered really introducing shadow price for carbon at quite high levels and rapidly increasing. And so in a way, that is already going in the way, if you like, of promoting green development. And I think this is an interesting idea that it may be good for other development banks to follow. I think the World Bank does it up to a point. So they are making some efforts, I think, to maximize, if you like, impact, particularly on green development. But the kind of problems that we raised, I think, still are there. And I think it's a trend that it is not just problematic in the EIB, but also maybe perhaps even more in institutions like the World Bank, which is pushing countries towards the kind of line which increases financial engineering risk, sometimes with very genuine aim of trying to maximize the volumes of funding, but sometimes also a little bit under pressure from, I think, the private financial sector.
Thank you. We have a few more minutes for a last question. I think that there is somebody that Christina raised. I don't know if I have a question.
Yes, I do. Hello, everyone. I am Christina from Brazil. It's a pleasure to be here. That's an excellent workshop. Well, I've been working in a project with the Inter-American Development Bank and the Brazilian National System of Development Funding, which includes BNDES, which Natalia knows very well, and also Stephanie. And we are trying to make their plan, their strategical plan to accomplish the 2030 agenda in Brazil. And so we are trying to create some mission-oriented policies to reconcile the objectives, the sustainable development goals, objectives, with the bank objectives. And that's really difficult in the sense that although they understand, I mean, by they I mean the development bank and the national system of institutions for development, they understand the importance of the agenda, but they cannot measure the impact of the finance in terms of sustainable development goals. So my question is, in your experience in Europe, how much this measurement is being incorporated by the European Development Bank as well? Thank you.
Stephanie, Natalia?
Natalia, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, to that, I just say that so I think in the EIB, well, Stephanie could correct me if I'm wrong, but not very much. But in the EIF, they actually have a lot of studies. So they've done a lot of studies on how their SME financing has had real economic impact. And I can send you the links. There's like a whole webpage of these kind of studies. But I mean, also you can't, like, some time needs to pass before you can do these kind of studies, I think, that look at economic impact.
One thing, I was in a discussion with the chief economist of the EIB, Deborah Volterra, and she sort of admitted that when the loans or the guarantees are indirect, it is particularly difficult to measure the impact, and that they are actually struggling how to do it. I think, as Natalia says, they are perhaps some of the most advanced, and it will be very interesting for you to look at, for example, what the EIF does, and perhaps even the EIB. We haven't studied it, but when you make a loan directly, then it's much easier to monitor the project. I mean, there are obviously asymmetries of information. So, but when it's done through commercial or other banks, it's much more difficult. Even, I think, not just the particular project or loan, but the directionality, the impact, if you like, on industrial policy, and the money's actually spent. So that's, I think, another reason why direct lending and guarantees may be a better and underestimated tool.
Well, thank you very much to all of you, to Angela, Natalia, Stephanie, and all the people that are in this chair. I think that we learn a lot about industrial policy in Europe and financial policy in Europe. So we stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel, and I hope to see you all back at 3:30, right? For our third panel. And that's it. Welcome everybody to this last panel on this workshop of on industrial policy. It's been quite an exciting morning with a lot of speakers and a lot of questions. And now we're going to proceed to the last panel of the workshop, where we're going to have well, it's a sort of roundtable format as it was announced. We're going to have 3 interventions, although one of them is by 3 speakers, so you may take a little extra time if you want. No problem about that. We're gonna have Reda Sharif and Fuad Hassanov with Gary Shie, Reda and Fuad as senior economists at IMF. Gary Shie, I think you're Georgetown University now, or Cambridge. I lost track of what you sent last time I emailed you. We also have Carlos Oya, professor of political economy of development at SOAS, and Antonio Andreoni. Antonio Andreoni, head of research at the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. I think it's a magnificent panel. I'm really honored and very grateful to have you all, but I don't want to use your time. So let's move on to the meat of the session. So again, you might use 15 minutes roughly each of the presentations, but again, I understand it's 3 of you, so you may use a little extra time, and then we'll open up a discussion with the assistants, both online and present here in the room. Any other logistical or practical thing I should say, Rafa? Are we all ready?
Yeah.
So I don't know if we established an order. Is there an order for this? First, okay, you go first. Those not here, is that okay? Reda and Fuad and Gary, can you go first? Do you have a presentation to share, or?
Hey, Clara. Yeah. Yeah, it's up to you. We do have slides. Whichever order is good for you. We can go. It's fine with us. If you want us to go first, that's fine.
However you prefer, really. You may share slides however you prefer. We have a big screen here, so if you do share slides, no problem. But it's really up to you.
Okay, so. So thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks, Clara. It's great to be here. And also thanks for producing this great special issue. So we'll talk today about the paper co-authored with Fuad and Gary. And it's basically about state firm, basically about the rise of the electronics champions in Asia and what we can learn from it. So kind of the initial idea or thought is really about the role of industrial policy. A lot of people are talking about it, and this special issue in particular. So I guess the main question is, how do we achieve high and sustained growth, right? Why is it important? It's simple because it's been shown to be really the only way to lift a lot of people out of poverty, improve living standards, and basically the mechanism is you need this growth, especially the type of growth that comes with productivity gains, right? Because the examples we have, especially in Asia, shows that this type of high and sustained growth led to the provision of good jobs, low unemployment, actually even in terms of inequality. In a recent paper with Philippe Aguillon and Fouad, we showed that it came with a better outcome in terms of redistribution. So even in terms of inequality, the outcomes are better. Now, how do you achieve that? I guess there are different views. One is the standard view, or what some people call the kind of Washington consensus. Of course, we know that this view kind of thinks that things happen organically once you have a good environment, good business environment, whatever you call it. The government does its job well, no corruption, good institutions, then things will happen organically, and the sectors or firms will move from something more traditional to more manufacturing and sophistication. So I guess the contrast here is not just about policies, right? Whether we need more intervention or not. There's also contrast with the pace, right? This gradualist view that, first you start with these kind of low technology, and then little by little, there is a transition toward more technology. So I guess in our work, what we see is that two things happen. First of all, government, it's not just about government failures, but also about market failures. So if market failures are not tackled, it's very difficult to see this type of high and sustained growth. The second, I think, which is as important, is that this leapfrog to high technology happens much earlier than what most people thought, right? So when the Taiwanese moved to electronics, they have pretty much the GDP per capita of Tunisia today, right? Same thing for the Koreans. So basically, there's really not a pattern of going slowly, right? So while they're doing something unsophisticated, they're building the infrastructure and building the firms to move to this kind of high technology firms. And this leads me to kind of our topic today, which is the engine of the growth of the Asian miracles have been high tech. And one of the most important sectors of this growth has been electronics. Now the question is, how did they manage to create firms that became champions in this electronic sector? So we take inspiration first from the kind of public policies led. And in our work with Fouad in the 2019 paper, we kind of extract three broad principles, right? There are different versions of it, 10, 5, 6, 7, but with Fouad, we really boiled it down to three, which are that you need policies to stir resources into more sophisticated sectors. You need to emphasize export. So it's really export, export, export. And then finally, what you need is competition, and accountability. These are really important. So next slide, please, Fouad. So now this is for the government policies. Now, the next question is, okay, so we know, or at least if we agree with these principles, how did they manage to create firms, or at least stir firms to go into this highly sophisticated sector? And more important, how did they leapfrog to the frontier very quickly? So we also boiled it down to a framework, that kind of relatively simple framework with 4 elements. So we call it 4A framework. So it starts with ambition. What we discovered kind of doing this almost, archival work is that the goals were very ambitious since the beginning, right? Confirming this leapfrog and non-gradualistic view. So the ambition stemmed from the governments. So it was mostly about authorities of government deciding that they want to leapfrog to the frontier in a highly sophisticated sector. The second element is autonomy. So within these policies, the private firms were given, or private or SOEs, which were managed on a kind of market-based basis, were given a lot of autonomy. There was no micromanagement or fiddling on a daily basis. They were given goals, but they were very autonomous. So this is in line with Peter Evans' kind of embedded autonomy, but this time from the firm's perspective. There was accountability. So with the support, there was a lot of accountability about what was done with the support in terms of performance. And then finally, there was adaptability by the firms. The firms did adapt to the changing environment, both political and technological environment. So what we did in the paper, we looked at it through the lens of 4 firms: Samsung in Korea, TSMC, right, the Taiwanese TSMC, Hitachi in Japan, and Singaporean CSM. These 4 firms became large players. One of them is a mega champion. So TSMC, everybody knows today TSMC because of the problems in the value chain. Samsung is a giant, of course, and Hitachi. CSM actually was sold later. So we really have a mix of results, right, in terms of success. Next slide, please, Fuad. So what happens? The important element we have is ambition, right? So when you see, like at the onset, again, this is the contrast between, do we have this standard recipe, Washington consensus view that, once you have an environment, things happen organically, you would believe that the government has no role in setting up objectives. But what we see here in the example of these 4 firms is that at the onset, it was a decision, and a decision that happened pretty early in the development process. So in the example of the Koreans, it started early on, right? There was this, heavy industry and chemical drive, right, in the 70s. But people forget that one of the elements of this 5-year plan was electronic. And what they did is that they took existing chaebols. So the chaebols were, large firms doing a lot of things, but initially they were doing construction, trading, pretty unsophisticated sectors. And it is almost by coercion, actually in many cases by coercion, that they were forced to go into these sophisticated sectors. So they were assigned electronics. Now, the interesting thing is that all the chaebols went into electronics at some point, but just a few of them succeeded. And we picked Singapore as an example, which was a pretty good success. But they were pushed to go into this sector, right? So, and it was the Korean government that decided that electronic was an important sector, and they had to become champions. And we're talking about the early 70s here. When Korea, I mean, if you can check the GDP per capita of Korea at that time, it was actually a low middle income country, right? And it was barely coming out of being a low income country. So it's coming at an early stage. The same thing. So if you look at the example of Taiwan, so Taiwan is a pretty different setup. So you don't have an existing chaebols or large firm that was forced to go into a sophisticated industry. Rather, you have a government apparatus, which is E3. Robert Wade had this seminal work in governing the market on how E3 worked, but they created this umbrella institution that drove the effort. So it was kind of, ex nihilo, from nothing. They had no experience in electronics. They created this umbrella institution E3, right, with thousands of engineers that would spin off companies. And one of them is TSMC, which became a huge success. And what's interesting is that at that time, the private sector really didn't want to chip in, right? And the Taiwanese decided to do that. Again, the ambition was really important because when you see how TSMC moved fast, within a few years, it was barely 9 months away from the frontier, which is very impressive. And it was a decision, right? Because it was a spin-off. You can tell that the government was really in the driving seat. These are pretty much civil servants, which became overnight private firms like startups. E3 still, retain some equity, about 49%, but this is a bit misleading because the rest that came from the private sector also came almost, using arm twisting of the private sector. It's interesting because, I mean, given the success of TSMC today, right? If you believe that the markets are perfect, they should have seen how successful it is. It would be, but at the same time, who would bet on electronics in Taiwan in the 70s? So it really tells you that you need this initial push and ambition of the authorities at the time. Japan is a bit different. So you would have, this is the example of Hitachi, also an existing conglomerate in Japan. But again, the drive to enter this VLSI technology, which was the frontier at the time, came from the government, more specifically from MITI, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, that decided that the Japanese companies had to move to more sophisticated sector because of the kind of aftermath of the oil shock. They realized how fragile was their economic model. And how they did it, they built a consortium putting together the major player in electronics in Japan, and in a sense, subsidizing their research, almost forcing them to collaborate, although Fuad may talk about it a little more. It didn't work very well, but really the drive to go into this VLSI came from MITI through this consortium, which was channeling subsidies to R&D and kind of forcing collaboration among themselves. And then finally, even in Singapore, the drive to go into electronic came in a different environment. So we have really a fourth example of environment where the Singaporean Economic Development Board, which is the driving institution in Singapore, was first relying on attracting multinationals in electronics, which was pretty successful. But again, in the mid-80s, they had their first recession since independence, right, which is already impressive. And they realized the fragility of their model, and they could not rely anymore on multinationals. So they decided to build their own version or their own champion electronics, which is CSM, and chartered semiconductors. And what happened is that, again, the ambition came from the government. They built this state-owned enterprise, which was financed by Temasek. And this firm grew pretty rapidly. I mean, Fuad may talk a bit more about its success or lack thereof. But at the onset, they wanted to take advantage of their location. They had a lot of multinationals there. They want to integrate themselves. They gave themselves the objective of reaching the frontier, which actually they were pretty successful at the onset. We can discuss later why it didn't work as well as the others. But again, the ambition was here. They put most of the board were foreigners, which tells you they really wanted to be embedded in the international kind of, value chain. And again, another success in terms of building a large player in electronics. Perhaps Singapore is a bit more developed than the other examples, but again, government in the driving seat. So I think I talked enough. I let Fuad present the rest. Thank you very much. Yeah, Fuad, you're muted.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm unmuted. Thank you, Rida. Thank you, Clara, and everyone for inviting us. Excited to be here. Albeit we're virtually here, but hopefully next time we'll be in person. So, kind of continuing on that thought, it's true that both the state and firms were ambitious in trying to get to their goals. And actually what was interesting was that the state was willing to keep itself at an arm's length, but in exchange essentially for the firms pursuing what were the country's economic development goals. No, especially in the case of Korea, it was very clear. No, all these big chaebols, they had to essentially fulfill this kind of the goal of the state, to get to advanced country status relatively fast. So doing so, they basically kind of outsourced essentially that to these big firms. So this relationship was actually very important. So the state was there to help and support, but at the same time, they weren't kind of meddling with their day-to-day affairs. And, it could seem that it was very smooth and natural, and it was nothing of the sort. It was actually a lot of ups and downs. I think in Korean case, you also have a lot of political changes. And so it wasn't as smooth as it may have seemed from the outside. Now, also important, at least in the cases of TSMC and CSM, the links with multinationals was also providing this kind of autonomy to many of these firms to do what they wanted to do, and kind of keeping also the political apparatus of the state away from business operations. Right, so this international staff, especially in CSM, big chunk of workers and especially managers were from international companies, from other MNCs. So it kind of provided this extra layer of protection, against the kind of potential political interference. And also, actually, as these firms grew over time, I mean, TSM started as basically a spin-off. CSM actually was a state-owned enterprise all the way till the end. But as the time grew, they basically, as the time went by, these firms grew. And of course, they became basically big firms, and they managed to, as big firms in many other places, they knew how to operate and navigate the political environment. Yeah. So operational autonomy was really key. So I think this is very important, that the state wouldn't interfere in their day-to-day operations, but at the same time, the goals had to be met. And I will talk shortly about kind of support that they were given for in exchange for essentially export market shares. And I think another important element to emphasize here is that all these firms, they dealt with technocratic agencies like MITI or EDB, right? Economic Planning Institute in Korea. So in that sense, these agencies would also provide this shield against political meddling. Now, okay. Now, the third element of kind of the way we looked at the experiences of these firms and their relations with the state is accountability. And we cannot, of course, ignore the fact that the state has provided huge support to many of these firms, but it wasn't, of course, unconditional. I guess the two key characteristics here are exports and competition, right? And in a way, it goes back to what Rida has mentioned in the beginning. It's kind of one of the two of these three key principles of industrial policy. And it's in the case of Samsung, it was very pronounced that they had to generate market shares for the support that they would get from the state, cheap loans, financing, many other kind of benefits they would get. So exports was very important. Actually, even the threats of antitrust was also there. So in a way, it kind of goes back to the 20th century US, in the middle 20th century when, AT&T essentially was kind of doing all this innovation in Bell Labs, essentially under the threat of antitrust. Right? So these things were actually important. Links with MNCs also was kind of allowing to keep, especially for TSMC and CSM, it was allowing these companies to kind of keep up the business relations and kind of be more pragmatic and also kind of business-like in their operations. But I think another important element, and in the paper we try to emphasize it, that both international competition, of course, if you export, you are competing internationally, but also domestic competition was keeping these firms kind of on their toes to be able to compete for the support from the state, because if they didn't make it, they wouldn't receive anything, and also essentially improve their operations. Right? So this was also important. So in a way, that kind of made it much easier for the firms to essentially do their business operations rather than kind of deal with the political and other issues, right? So they were more business-like rather than captured or focus on other goals. So in that sense, this accountability of kind of driven by exports and competition was was keeping firms, straight on their goals rather than doing other things. So I think that was important. And there was a lot of political problems, especially in Korea. Actually, if you interesting anecdote that almost, I think, all of Samsung chairmen went to jail until basically they were pardoned by presidents or got reduced sentences. So it wasn't like there was no corruption or it was a smooth sail. It wasn't that at all. So in a way, it kind of says how the firms had to essentially, and that's kind of the next slide, had to adapt to all these different political environments. And of course, it was changing, technological change was happening, more competition on the global markets. So the firms had to also adjust to this. And those who managed to adjust managed to survive. And big firms like Samsung, they restructured internally, they tried to become more meritocratic, more decentralized, trying to create coordination among different units, so there would be flow of information and so on. And I think that helped them a lot. In Japanese case, this research consortium, to some extent, it was successful, but of course the firms also were pretty, suspicious of each other. I guess also they didn't want to completely cooperate because they were competitors, but they did create some patents together. They did realize, it created some information flow in terms of standards and so on. So it did help as well. So that, in a way, that research consortium also supported their kind of goal of getting toward the technological frontier.
Sorry, can
yes.
you 5 more minutes maybe?
Yes,
Is that,
yes, I'm done pretty much. I'm pretty
okay.
much done.
Well, thank you.
And I guess here it comes back to the point of the last point of adaptability that these firms throughout the 20-30 years, that they were growing and competing, they had to adapt to many different environments, and to a large extent was basically driven by the firms, right? So the state was away from this, and in a way kind of creating the right environment for the firms to be able to attract talent, being able to restructure organizationally, maintain autonomy, right, meritocratic system, and so on. All these things become actually very important. Integration with global networks, MNCs, whether it's research consortiums. I think all these kind of elements help firms to see what's happening and then adjust accordingly. So they're not insulated within their own kind of bubbles, and so they have this information flows to others. Interesting thing here is that CSM, the firm that didn't succeed, they were sold out in 2009. And if you compare them to TSMC, they didn't invest enough and didn't innovate enough. So eventually, again, that was basically managerial decision. They didn't manage to keep up with what the competitors were doing. So that was also kind of interesting factor there. And so just to conclude, this paper, with Rida and Gary, hopefully gave us some interesting ways to think about how the state and firms could interact. So this symbiosis between the state and the firm is important, and we try to look at this symbiosis through this framework, the 4A framework, through the ambition, autonomy, accountability, and adaptability. I think these are 4 key concepts that kind of allow us to think through what is important, right? And what we saw also through these cases, that markets could be created with the right incentives, right support system, and hopefully this 4A framework gives a way for kind of a design of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really interesting. Is it okay if we have all the talks one after the other, and so we have a Q&A or discussion after that? So now, Antonio Andreoni.
Sure, thanks so much. You have my slides, right? So you can share.
Yeah. If you can put in full screen would be better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can start from the previous one. Yes, thanks so much. So yeah, I will keep my time. I'll try to be within the 15 minutes. So I don't want to take more than that. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks. We had already very interesting discussion this morning, and I'm very interested in also engaging both Carlos and our colleagues on what they just presented. What I would like to share with you is some work that I've been doing over the years, in particular looking at the variety of industrial policies across different countries, and in particular, some reflection on what we've learned from the experience of a number of middle-income countries at different stages of their structural transformation. Next slide, please. And I will try to focus on these four set of points, and there are some references to go more deep into the argument, the evidence, and the material that I will refer to. So the first one, I think since this morning, we've been bringing in a number of example cases, and we've been talking about how, you know, countries are rediscovering industrial policy over time, and to a certain extent, all countries have some industrial policy, explicitly or implicitly, right? It's a matter of how much the government actually use the instruments that has at its own disposal to make things happening. And we also discussed about several instruments, right? And I think what is clear also from the presentation we just heard is that all countries have to adapt these instruments and to the specific political economy and structural context in which they operate. And as a result of that, they tend to, these instruments, they might look the same. They might look all taking the same institutional form. And here I'm referring explicitly to the distinction in institutional economics between forms and functions of institutions. And they can also perform very different type of functions, right? So you can have a procurement instrument, which actually is used to support innovation, or can be used to support scaling up or you know, investment to have sufficient efficient scale in production. And so I would like to just start from that point to say that if we start looking at this variety of experiences in terms of instruments, forms, functions, what we realize is that, of course, instruments, policy design matter, but generally countries that have been successful in using industrial policy, they never relied on one instrument only. In fact, the reality is that very often was a package of instruments with high level of complementarity across these instruments, which was actually achieving the outcome they were trying to achieve. So the cases that were just discussed, for example, of Korea, next slide, please. I will go straight there. Jun Chang, in his analysis, for example, I just took some quotes from work that was being done in the 80s and 90s around the East Asian miracle, pointed out how, in the case of Korea, when we look at the package of industrial policy that we're putting in place, not only there were different type of measures at the same time operating on the same sectors, firms, institutions, but some of them were paradoxically contradictory, right? Some of them were opening competition, others were restricting competition. It's absolutely true that they were using competition, but also they were using recession cartels, right? Which are the opposite of encouraging competition, right? They were doing infant protection while at the same time creating compulsion for investment and innovativeness by using the export market. So this idea that actually industrial policy, it's not just one instrument, one exercise, but actually is the result of a strategic engagement with a set of complex interdependencies between institutions, instruments that can reinforce each other or actually undermine each other, I think is quite an important issue to look at, because at the end, the experience of each of these countries cannot be told simply based on one specific instrument, because potentially that instrument worked because it was embedded in a certain type of regime of industrial policy, which actually I will try to discuss later on, define what is the specific variety of industrial policy that was there. If you go back to the previous slide, so I think I complete what. So what I will try to do is to build on this idea that we need to look at packages of industrial policy to really understand the variety of experiences around. And at the same time, we need to understand how this variety fit with the country structural context in which they are applied. And I think this morning we reflected a lot about that. So I will try to just point out very briefly, because I don't have time to elaborate with data and so on, experiences across middle-income countries in the specific context in which these countries are trying to industrialize, to transform structurally. And I'll try to say something more about the type of instruments and variety of industrial policy that these countries have been putting in place, by comparing in the little time that I have, 3 experiences on specific instruments embedded within specific variety of industrial policy in China, Brazil, and South Africa. And these 3 cases for me are relevant because allow us also to see how even when countries on the paper, they had the same instruments, they were very differently effective in terms of their implementation, in terms of their design, in terms of their thinking about the enforceability of this policy instrument themselves. So there is variety in the forms, functions, instruments. There is variety in terms of how packages of measures were put in place. And there is, if you want, the devil's in the detail, right? Why is that the matching grant scheme works in Malaysia, eventually to support electronics, it doesn't work in South Africa? What is inside that specific design thinking that actually made that instrument so different? Okay, let's then move on. I already discussed, these are just quotes just to say that the East Asian miracle in the work of Ajun Chang and others, Ali Samston, really had this unique experimental approach, if you want, around combining several sets of instruments. Stiglitz himself reflected on this point later on in his paper, Lessons from the East Asian Miracle. But also, if we look at more recent cases, also in Europe, if you look at Scandinavian countries or countries which were able to combine welfare state policy with industrial policy, macroeconomic policy, we can find similar experiences. And to a certain extent, lots of people who are now talking about mission-oriented policy and cross-sectoral coordination, they're fundamentally talking about the same, right? The opportunity that you have to use a mission simply as a specific coordinating device, a sort of focusing device to coordinate different policy action around that. So this idea that packages of measures are important matters. Now, I spent a bit of time over the last few years in trying to see if we can gather some data around these packages, right? Because it's very difficult to, you know, as a principle, we could all agree on that, but then the problem is, can we see what really these countries are doing and how we try to address that? Next slide, please. So in this book and more recent publication, in fact, there was a previous one we did with colleagues at the University of Cambridge. I developed a tool which was basically trying to map out packages of policy measures. And I'll try to be quick here. It takes a bit of time to unpack analytically how it's done. And in that book and others, you will find evidence attached to each of these numbers in the matrix. They are not just numbers, are specific policy instruments with specific budgets and specific implementation agencies. And the idea here is that, if you go to the next slide, please, that this matrix is trying to put together several dimensions. Well, it's first of all starting saying that we have instruments that operate on specific type of policy domains, right? Before E3 was mentioned, E3 would be as the A-STAR in Singapore or DARPA agency is a sort of technology intermediate institution. This morning I was mentioned the Fraunhofer, for example. So these are all type of institutions that provide specific technology support function to scaling up technologies. Robert this morning was mentioning commercialization and the need for institutional forms that support that. And you can have, of course, development finance. We discussed that. We can have also demand side policies, so that are attached to domains like trade policies or procurement policies and so on. And all these different type of policy domain can operate a different level of governance. So you can have regional, national, you can have sub-regional level. In the case of European Union, of course, you have even 3 or 4 layers of governance. And each of these instruments coordinated by different agencies can be applied using different type of, if you want, selectivity, explicit or implicit, that you want. Many people have been using in the literature the distinction between horizontal and vertical policies, but de facto all policies are vertical, have an element of decision. So you can have if you build an infrastructure of a certain type, certain industries are going to benefit more than others, right? When the Ethiopian built the decided to develop the Ethiopian Airlines, clearly you cannot move, it's not economical to move t-shirt on the airlines, but it is economical to move the flowers to the Netherlands, the Dutch, or other places. So there is an element of understanding on this vertical axis, the extent to which the government is more or less conscious and explicit about the level of selectivity. And it's interesting how even more recently, when we look, for example, at the UK or other countries, they've completely embraced that. Now you have policy document where there are even companies mentioned in this policy document. The sectoral deals that were made recently in the UK mentions the BAE, so aerospace industry, mentioned GlaxoSmithKline, mentions AstraZeneca, simply because these are sectors where you cannot pretend that there is an open market there. There is no competitive market. There is no myriads of firms. You have just few players who are your counterpart in this dialogue. And of course, this problem of mapping out reveals three elements. I just discussed about the importance of the targeting, but also the problem of once you have all these policies, how do you align them? How do you make sure that your skilled policy actually reflect what you're trying to do with your technology policy? And how you make sure that development finance actually, if it is supposed to create a market or to support a new technology emerging, is aligned with procurement policy, right? Because you can create a market pushing on the finance side, the risking, what we discussed before, but you can also do that by complementing that with specific demand side policy. Now, all this complex exercise, so required policy alignment, required alignment and coordination across different agencies, because the ministry doing development finance is not necessarily the one commissioning procurement or doing technology policy, and also require that this coordination happen over time, because lots of the measures that you will see, I will briefly mention, if you think about things like this SBIR program in the US, which is a sort of hybrid finance support for small, medium enterprises, multi-billion investment a year for the US government, this has been around for 40 years. So in a sense, you have in each country measures that are there, they remain for a long time, new measures that are introduced. And so you need to make sure that while you introduce these new measures, there is some coherence that remain in place in the overall package of measures. Next slide, please. Now, this can be done. So, we have done quite a lot of work in populating these things. The chapter that is referenced there is 70 pages of data and stuff on that. So I'm not going to do that. What I'm just trying to say is that just visualizing that, you realize that there is variety there, right? You can see that certain countries tend to operate more at the regional level, national level, more on the supply side or demand side, more cross-sectoral intervention, and so on and so forth. What I will try to do, I will discuss a bit some instrument relation to the three countries mentioned there, of course, Brazil, China, and South Africa. Next slide, please. Before I go there, let me just, I already mentioned this issue, right? As soon as you take this approach, you realize that policy alignment matter. So you can have that, you can achieve much more by aligning instruments than increasing budgets on specific instruments, right? If you have a well-coordinated, aligned skills policy, technology policy, procurement policy, or eventually development finance instruments, the development finance will de-risk new innovation, the technology policy will introduce either basic research for basic technologies or non-proprietary technologies. It will provide technology service to scaling up the innovation. And you will have a skills policy that will be able to train the type of people that you need to now run the new technological systems that you put in place. Targeting. The governance models matters a lot because all this kind of coordination can be achieved only to the extent that there are specific agencies and ways to do that. Before MITI was mentioned, I think Carlos will mention a few things around that as well later. And finally, let me just emphasize this issue, which I hope we can discuss later on, which is not simply saying ex post. That government was very good in disciplining firms, right? Okay. Ex post, we can pick up successful story in saying, well, that government clearly, given that Samsung was successful, must have been very good in doing that, right? But what did they do ex ante to make that possible, right? It's not that all policies are equally enforceable, right? There are some policies that are more enforceable than others. So the way in which governments design instruments that contain ex ante forms of enforceability, I think matters a lot because we see, and again, Carlos will talk about Ethiopia, in many African countries at the moment, the problem is that lots of policies that are also suggested using Korean case or Chinese case on the paper look great, but forget about enforcing them in that specific political economic type of context. So we run the risk of actually providing advice or suggestion about packages of measures that are completely unfeasible in that specific context, which doesn't mean you don't do industrial policy. It means you have to think carefully about what is feasible in that context. Next slide, please. Now, let me come to these three examples. Again, there is a full paper on that, so I'm not going into the detail. But when you think about the structural context, I mean, we tend to just look at the aggregate measures. There are lots of problems here, but just to get a very rough introduction, right? If you think about these three countries, China was the underdog in this competition, if you want, and Brazil, of course, was the most industrialized country in the middle-income country in the 70s. Brazil is where it is now, still a quite diversified country, industrial base. South Africa had gone through dramatic premature deindustrialization. China has picked up from the mid-90s, gaining every 5 years around 4 or 5% of world market share in value addition in manufacturing. So a phenomenal uprising in that period of time. Next slide, please. As a result of that, you have basically today very different structures, right? Different economic structures. Now, the question could be, when these countries were all at the same level of initial structural transformation and the initial process of developing of these new technologies and so on, what type of problem they were facing. And here we try to stylize this story, mentioning 4 set of problems and specific challenges that today still middle-income countries faces. Even China at the moment, someone mentioned the Made in China 2025. China designed that policy because they realized that in the context of artificial intelligence, robotics, some of these technologies, they needed to catch up. And it's quite remarkable because China is, for example, at the moment, the country with the highest operational stock of robots, if you looked at the IFR data, the National Federation of Robotics data, but still depends a lot on importing specific components of automated system from Japan, from the US, from other countries, Germany, and so on. And so these problems are immediately visible related to a country like South Africa today, but even China still present a number of them. Now, these 4 set of issues basically are the bread and butter of what the classical development economists always told us, right? So we are not reinventing here anything particularly new, but there are some adjustments. So the first one is the fact that we talked about concentration and increasing concentration. There's a very nice paper by colleagues from UNIDO World Development, which shows that we have a big problem in industrialization today, meaning that lots of countries who are trying to enter and do what, for example, Taiwan was doing in electronics, find very difficult to do it now because the level of concentration that there is in electronics or that there is in semiconductor or there is in steel production make quite difficult to break into that industry, into that global economy. The second problem is how do you link up into value chain, right? And how you do that in a way that it's not simply creating an enclave of activities in your country, the traditional special economic zone, but move beyond the special economic zone and link back into the domestic economy. So the linkages approach, like Hirschman, was all about this, right? It was about how you create local production systems that are able domestically to generate increasing returns as a result of dense network of productive activities, intermediate goods, and so on. And finally, of course, you constantly have this sort of what people call Red Queen effect, right? From the Alice, the news, right? The idea that you try to catch the technology, the new technology, but the technology keep evolving, so keep moving ahead, right? So you are sort of running behind a moving target. And in this space, this is also becoming a very important problem at the moment. Tim Sturgeon, Ag Whittaker, and other couple of colleagues Japanese colleagues wrote a very interesting book called Compressed Development, where they made exactly this point, that you are now in a situations where middle-income countries today are facing forms of compression, meaning they have to do too many things at the same time. They have to catch up with the advanced technologies, while at the same time, they have to develop basic skills. They need to provide welfare policies, while at the same time, they need to put lots of money in creating national changes, and so on and so forth. So these are specific challenges, and the middle-income group is a very large group. So this is the big challenge that the majority of countries around the world are facing. Next slide, please. Of course, if we look at the experience of these 3 countries and we open up these matrices, you will find almost all sorts of instruments, right? To link up, link back, break into the global economy, keeping up with technologies and so on. And the problem is why some countries were using more than others and why some countries were more successful than others in using this mix of specific type of instruments. Now, let me try to, I cannot go through all this. I'll just choose one area, the keeping up with technological change, to just show how China, South Africa, and Brazil approach the problem in very different way. And they choose to do that in different way, partially as a result of the specific context in which they were operating. Next slide. Now, in the discussion we had so far, we mentioned this morning and more also in the afternoon that a big problem with technological catching up, it's not simply having, developing R&D capacity, right? To a certain extent, I mean, we have seen even in the case of Cuba now with the vaccine, you can have in a very adverse, if you want, business environment, you can have public institutions doing perfectly good R&D, right? And it seems that also scientists like to do R&D, they don't need too much incentives. So it seems that that's not the big problem. The big problem is how do you move from basic research into actually scaling up? The scaling up process is how you move from the inventions to a specific type of innovation that then can be manufactured and can be used for application. Interestingly enough, this matrix here, which is called technological readiness levels, was developed by NASA in the US in the 70s, 80s, when they had to do industrial policy and the Department of Defense needed to understand where are we going to put money, where do we need companies to scale up technologies to go to whatever, or to go to do a war somewhere, or to go to the moon, or whatever kind of mission they had. And this TRL matrix is basically saying something very simple, right? No, economic historian notable things like Nathan Rosenberg used a similar type of model of stages of innovation, if you want, right? Or stages of development. Now, this type of metric tell us that when you want to keep up with technological change, so you don't want just to have R&D, but you want to have new products coming out down the line and manufacture them, you need to go through several stages. And generally, where money is not present is in the intermediate steps. Why? Because government generally is very keen, even in a neoclassical setting, government provides public goods, right? So basic research is funded by the government. So if you have a government which is generous enough, you can have actually sufficient finance there. If you have companies we discuss, right? We need to find ways to make companies not simply using public money invested in R&D, but also returning some of this money, right? So companies are very keen to use new research coming out from public institutions and pick up that knowledge. But they don't want to do it when it's too risky. And when it's too risky is when you see that there is a potential new invention, but that invention is still not scaled up enough, right? So there is these stages, intermediate stages of development of technologies where generally neither the private sector or the government like to go. People in the European context told about the so-called valley of death, right? To say this, a place where there's a point where there is no funding, there are no institutions and so on. Now, next slide, please. I'm almost done. Now, if you look at advanced countries, right? That's the valley of death, right? You have situations where you have a generous NIH, the National Institute for Health in the US alone has a budget of 44 billion a year, right? You have DARPA, which gets 3-4 billions. You have, ARPA-E, which gets, often $1 billion of funding, right? So you have that, right? We talked about European Union, you would get lots of money there, and you have lots of big companies who are on the other side. Now, if you are a middle-income country, what is your situation? Well, next slide. If you're a middle-income countries, especially in early stages, you have big problems, which is the fact that you have government which doesn't have necessarily the funding capacity to support basic research. You have very few companies that are able to uptake that research. And in the middle there, you have a massive valley of debt, right? So you have basically lots of problems along all the stages of technological innovation that make difficult to pick up new innovations, use that and scale it up for productive activities and so on. This in the case of today of digitalization, for example, in digital platform has become a major problem because the digitalization has increased the threshold of capabilities that you need to develop domestically to be able to access certain type of system and technologies. Now, if you're in a situation of this type, someone could say, so what type of instruments you use? And these three cases are interesting because shows that you can actually use instruments that touch upon different stages of this process, or you can use all of them and combine these instruments. Now, in this paper, we discuss the InnoFund, which was a specific type of hybrid financing model where China was basically identifying firms that were showing potential for innovativeness, which had already skin in the game in terms of investment, in terms of number of engineers they were hiring and nurturing, and was giving them a mix of grants combined with concessional finance, combined with public procurement, sort of procurement where you say, I would like to buy this type of technology that doesn't exist. If you're able to do it, we will buy this certain amount, right? It's what people call functional procurement, right? So they were combining an instrument, which was an initial instrument to scaling up innovation in early stages, that was de-risking dramatically the capacity of, the risk associated with innovation by these firms. If you look at the intermediate steps, we have plenty of models. And here I picked up just Brazil, because just to move from another part of the world, I'm not just always talking about China. So Brazil has, in the global south, the biggest and most well-funded network of technology intermediaries, so technology institutes, which are actually supporting innovation into agriculture. They are so innovative that if you go outside Cambridge North in the UK, you will see that actually there is an Embrapa Institute there, so a Brazilian model replicated in an advanced country to actually develop agriculture and biotech innovation. What they do, they don't provide finance, but what they do, they provide those access to those technology infrastructures and infra technologies that allow companies to de-risk the scaling up process. So if you are operating with a new biological material, before you can commercialize whatever you have, you will need to test things, you will need to gather data, you will need to measure and do all sorts of things, right? Metrology system and so on. So they provide lots of these services, especially for companies which are not big enough to afford that. Someone mentioned before the Bell Labs, right? The Bell Labs were doing something like that in the US, right? And globally, because they were operating in many different places. I've almost finished. So there is this model. This morning I mentioned the Fraunhofer or the E3. There is this model of support of intermediate steps of development of technologies that doesn't rely simply on finance. It does rely on technology services. And this is a very important distinction to make here. The US has a big tradition, for example, in using finance, much less in using technology services. Countries like Germany, Japan, Korea, Singapore had a much more, and in Europe at the regional level as well, in Italy, in Spain, they have much more a tradition of providing technology services. Why is different? Because if you give finance, first of all, you need to make sure that you give finance to companies that they really need finance, right? So you need to make sure that you're not giving money to the companies that are less in need of finance, right? Because that's the big additionality problem. And secondly, you need to make sure that you select those that really want to develop something. So if you offer a technology service, you reduce part of the other selection problem, right? A company which comes there and work with a Fraunhofer Institute and pay for that service is because really want to develop something, right? Finally, you can use, once you have this product and this product has been scaled up, you can use lots of matching grants. What are matching grants? You basically, again, use some financial instrument to match investment to scale up the final stages of development of the technology. Because for many technologies and products, you have minimum threshold of scale efficiency. And if you are not operating at that level, you are never going to be cost competitive in the market. And matching grants are used often to say, okay, if you are investing in new machinery for 100 million, the government will pay 30% of that, 40% of that, 20%. This was the biggest scheme that South Africa used in the last rounds of IPAP, which is their industrial policy planning instrument. And this instrument was designed as a matching grant, but guess what? The matching grant was relatively loose in terms of attaching conditionalities to the firms. So you give money to the firms to make investment, but investment in what? For what purpose? How much this investment will be retained in the country? How much employment you're generating? How much content of innovation is in that one? So again, you have an instrument that can be very important at these later stages, but depending on how it is designed, might be more or less effective. Last slide, and I think I've done. I'm done. So just to sum up, this is basically what I was trying to bring in. 3 cases, variety of instruments, the same area of interventions, which is related to technological scaling up, and the variety of possibility that exists there to actually for countries to embrace industrial policy beyond a standard approach, which focus on one or single instrument that might or not be appropriate for the country context. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that we are addressing many different countries, many different regions, and now more on Africa with Carlos Olla's presentation. Thank you so much, Carlos. You have the slides there?
Yeah, I think so. Can I speak? Can you hear me well? No.
No, it's on.
Oh, sorry. Forgot about the.
You're muted.
Yeah, it should be hear me. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. It's going to be a tough challenge now after these 2 great presentations, and also talking about a context where there is clearly a shortage of industrial policy and relevant industrialization experiences. So I'm going to try to address, the 2 themes of the webinar, of the seminar webinar, both deindustrialization and industrial policy in the sub-Saharan African context, excluding South Africa, which was covered by Antonio before, and also because South Africa is a very unique context compared to the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. And I will primarily use the example of Ethiopia, which has been known for the past 10 years as one of the leading examples of an industrial policy attempt and implementation in this region. So I'm going to try to focus on 3 separate themes. First, engage with the question of the revival of industrialization aspirations in Africa at a time when this wasn't expected. We're talking the last 10, 15 years after more than 25 years of liberalization and reforms, which basically put industrial policy completely off the table. Then I'll give you a sense of what's been the experience of Ethiopia as a testing ground for industrial policy in such conditions. And also I will say something about the role of China in all this, because China does have Chinese institutions, agencies, etc., have played a very significant role in Ethiopia. And also one could argue that they are potentially also playing the same role in other African countries, albeit at a different scale. And then I will end the presentation with consideration of some reality checks and the fact that politics still matters a lot when it comes to understanding the failures of implementation and the sustainability of some of these trajectories of new industrialization and development of industrial policies in countries like Ethiopia. So just a very, very broad historical context. So we do know the first wave of post-independence in most African countries, post-1960. So these are very young countries in terms of their history as independent nations. There was plenty of evidence of relatively strong industrial growth, obviously from a very low base, primarily from the late 60s into the late 70s, with a lot of variation. And that came basically to a halt roughly with the crisis of the 1970s, and particularly with the emergence of the Washington Consensus in the 1980s and then 1990s. So clearly the structural adjustment programs of that time led to what some have called, Danny Roderick among others, premature deindustrialization. Although the reality of those contexts was that actually what had been achieved by then was very, very limited in terms of industrial base and industrial capabilities. But after years of reforms and particularly deepening primary commodity dependence, which happened with the primary commodity boom of the 2000s, some countries do begin a revival of industrial ambitions, and Ethiopia clearly stands out as probably the country that reflected those ambitions in a more concrete fashion. That was also a context, again, I'm talking 2005, 2010 onwards, where industrial policy came back to the center of policy agendas. More and more institutions, international organizations that have significant stake in Sub-Saharan Africa and influence also on African governments, started opening up the debate of reviving industrial policy in this context. That doesn't mean that most countries embarked on industrial policies or they showed those ambitions and aspirations, but clearly the conditions were there to be taken. So very few countries, and mainly Ethiopia, that's why we talk about Ethiopia here, but partly Rwanda has given some signs of developing something that could be called industrial policy, but increasingly also Tanzania and Kenya toying with the idea, establishing agencies and institutions which are designed to drive that process. And Nigeria is an interesting case where there isn't really a coherent established industrial policy, but there are some efforts from different sides, even from the private sector. And here Dangote, one of the main tycoons in Nigeria, is a major force that is driving a recent industrialization effort in the country, knowing that Nigeria, as you can imagine, the biggest country in terms of population in Africa, has an enormous potential for especially import substitution type of industrialization. So when it comes to understanding these ambitions and these aspirations, I think we need to look at the context. Very often, the pessimists tend to focus on manufacturing value added as a share of GDP. And then when you look at that graph, in fact, there has been, one could say, well, there has been some deindustrialization, or industrialization certainly hasn't been happening. However, if you look at it from the point of view of manufacturing value added in constant terms, you do see quite a significant inflection, a turning point, mostly from the late 90s, early 2000s onwards, where there is really a change in the direction, the stagnation that we saw in the 1980s and 1990s. So something really is happening on the ground, and the industrial base is expanding in some countries more than others, and Ethiopia is a very good example of that. The same, I think the next graph does show that. So you can see manufacturing value added in constant terms between 80 and 2000s, 4 countries that are relevant in terms of this comparison. You can see how Ethiopia has really accelerated, especially from 2008-9 onwards. And this is directly related, in fact, to the efforts towards industrial policy that I'm going to talk about in a minute. So those efforts are paying off, or have been paying off, for a number of years, for the last 10 years. And now we are in a situation of impasse for the reasons that I will discuss at the end of the presentation. This is another interesting picture. This comes from the work of Krause, Kunal Sen, and other colleagues in WIDER, where they tried to look at whether there's evidence of a manufacturing renaissance on a global scale, looking at different regions. And here what they look is a conditional trends, so taking into account GDP per capita, demographic trends, etc. They look at whether, in this case, this is the employment share in manufacturing. There has been some changes across regions. And what stands out here is the contrast between Latin America, where clearly the conditional trend is negative towards deindustrialization, with Sub-Saharan Africa excluding Mauritius. Mauritius has been undergoing a lot of changes also since the late 90s onwards in terms of its economic structure. You see, Mauritius, Sub-Saharan Africa, has been going up in terms of what would be expected from their GDP per capita and population trends, which is an interesting trend, something that nobody definitely expected at the end of the 1990s. So let me go straight into the Ethiopian example and why it's relevant for our discussion. And in fact, a lot of the issues that have been raised by Reda, Fuad, and Antonio are actually quite relevant to understand some of the different dimensions of the, let's call it the industrial policy experiment in Ethiopia for a relatively short period of time. So first of all, context, this is a relatively new phenomenon, although the Ethiopian government was already articulating its ambition to industrialize early on in the 2000s, but it's really from 2010 onwards, and especially since 2014, what we see a clear drive towards not only developing a coherent industrial policy framework, but actually implementing it on the ground. So in this context, and again, from 2014 especially onwards, there is an emergence of this industrial policy, which is linked to the main economic plan framework. It's just the GTP1 and then especially the GTP2, which very clearly states as an ambition of turning Ethiopia into a manufacturing hub within Africa and taking a lot of those millions of jobs that Justin Lin talks about that are going to be lost in low technology industries in China, moving overseas to other new sources of production. So that was an ambition to absorb a good chunk of that. And that would take Ethiopia to a middle income status in a record time. So there was a wide range, and following on Antonio's presentation, as you can imagine, there's all sorts of different kinds of mechanisms, interventions, ways of developing that policy, industrial policy package, and also processes of learning on the way, you know, errors that were made, which were then partly addressed. And I just highlight some of the key stylized facts that, you know, I think are important to understand these industrial policy experiments. And again, as you can appreciate, that is a very short time frame. First is, and this was early on in the process, the learning from other country experiences. This was quite remarkable because the people who were driving the industrial policy in Ethiopia, you could count them with the fingers of your hand, especially, you know, 2 or 3 people, were adamant to learn not only from the successes. So obviously they went to different parts of East Asia, they went to Mauritius, Singapore, etc., but also from the failures. So they were looking at a broad spectrum of industrial policy experiences in other countries, looking at the particularities of these experiences. These policymakers were not fooled by the idea of bringing some model from another country. The idea was to learn about how particular mechanisms worked in different places. As an example of that is the special economic zones. The Ethiopian government, as it turned out in the end, were very keen on industrial hubs as a way of accelerating industrialization. But they were also aware that the experience of special economic zones was mixed, that were not all success stories. And in fact, what was interesting is that when they went to China, primarily in one of their missions to learn about the experience of special economic zones, they were confronted precisely with successes as well as failures, even though the Chinese delegations were not very keen on discussing failures. But all the Chinese researchers and people working on the policy implementation side, they did highlight, you know, some of the conditions for success and for not so much success. So I think that this experience, which is quite unique because you don't really see many African policy delegations going to, you know, other countries and having this frank, candid conversation about, you know, what worked and what didn't, what was successful or not, in order to develop their own policies. Very often, this is brought by international consultants, aid agencies, and what have you. They are the ones telling, you know, look, this is the blueprint that you need to follow. And this comes from an appreciation on the part of those who drove industrial policy in Ethiopia, that this was a learning process. It wasn't a question of learning a model or bringing a package. It was a learning process that they had to get the tools that would allow them to learn from their own experience. So they were accepting the fact that they might fail with some of these interventions that they were designing at that time. So now moving on to the key elements of the package, to use Antonio's term, an important aspect of it was a coordination across government departments. You know, you have the Ministry of Industry, the Prime Minister's office clearly was in the driving seat in the early stages of the process, not so much later on. The Ethiopian Investment Commission, which is in charge of managing foreign direct investment and very much, you know, a hub of expertise to drive this process. a number of sectorial institutes which were formed and strengthened at that time, the Industrial Park Development Corporation, and so on and so forth. But these were some of the key agencies that were either created or strengthened as part of the process. So you could see this as an expansion of an industrial bureaucracy, which was clearly understood by Ethiopian policymakers was a key ingredient that was pretty much found in virtually every example that they looked at in Asia and other parts of Africa. The third key point is the development of economic infrastructure. It was quite clear that Ethiopia had a massive economic infrastructure deficit. To put it very simply, people were clear when they say that, well, if you really want to attract a substantial number of industrial suppliers from Asia and set up operations in Ethiopia, you need to get your electricity right, get your electricity prices right. You need to make sure that your electricity is reliable. These people are not going to come invest here if there is any risk of power shortages or power cuts that are going to lead to millions of dollars of losses in investments. So that was, quite clear from the beginning. They say, okay, and Ethiopia does have a comparative advantage in terms of developing power generation through essentially hydropower, but also wind power. But hydropower is the main bet. So a lot of money was invested over the years in boosting these infrastructure, but also transport infrastructure. That was from the beginning a major Achilles heel of the whole process, because Ethiopia, as you know, is a landlocked country. The only way out for most industrial products is the port of Djibouti, and the connections with the port of Djibouti were appalling at the time, in the 2000s. So that required a lot of upgrading, which hasn't finished yet. It's still one of the big problems that the country is facing. And then there was the development of the industrial parks from scratch. And these primarily, most of them, were built by the government, with the help, obviously, of external financial institutions. So that was absolutely crucial in the process. And I would argue that probably without this, nothing would have happened in the last 10 years. So it's quite clear that the government was keen on following these industrial hubs and industrial development in the form of subsidized infrastructure. All this was paid for by the government, offered to the companies. The companies had to pay subsidized lease on the land, on the factory sheds, et cetera, et cetera. So that massively reduced the risks for some of these companies. And here we're talking about primarily light manufacturing, the textile and apparel and agro-processing, et cetera. So obviously it was an important incentive for foreign direct investment. On the finance side, there was also important interventions, both domestically and in terms of mobilizing foreign finance, so credit allocation primarily from the Development Bank of Ethiopia. And this was not only for Ethiopian industrialists, which is a very, very small cluster, but also even for foreign investors, especially the Turkish investors benefited from domestic finance more than external finance. But there was a very conscious search for what we call foreign patient capital, and China was the best source for this sort of patient capital that had requirements that were not as stringent as the ones that were imposed by agencies like the World Bank, but also by other sources of finance. So China played a very, very significant role in terms of pushing and facilitating this process. Targeting, that's also been mentioned before, sectorial targeting. Not surprisingly, Ethiopian government wasn't particularly ambitious here, but they wanted to go for light manufacturing, especially textile and apparel. But here, the key drivers of this decision were two major concerns. One is export revenue generation. Ethiopia is a balance of payments constrained economy. So that's always been an obsession, and is still indeed an obsession for the government. And of course, employment creation. Because it was quite clear that politically speaking, it was unthinkable that Ethiopia could develop an industrial base that wasn't sufficiently labor intensive, given that it's a country with 100 million people and there's a shortage of industrial jobs or jobs in sectors other than agriculture. So politically, this was also a very conscious choice. There was also an element of import substitution with high tariffs in selected sectors, and although this is not very often mentioned in the literature in Ethiopia, but this is something that cannot be forgotten. Because the main focus is on the final point, that this was a strategy primarily driven to attract foreign direct investment in light of the opportunities of integration in global value chains. So it was very much following the idea of, global value chains are creating lots of opportunities because of the so-called trade in tasks. And there are easy ways, or at least barriers to entry in certain global value chains are not that high for a country like Ethiopia with all the problems that they had. And they follow this approach. Now, within this approach, they experimented with two different frameworks. One was trying to attract as many Asian suppliers and also Turkish suppliers as possible within the overall textile and apparel industry. But then they realized that a more effective way, and probably more sustainable from the point of view of how global production networks operate in the textile and apparel industry, they realized that actually targeting the big brands, the buyers, was a more effective mechanism. This is what they call building verticality. So rather than touring investors as possible to be interested in Ethiopia, they went straight to the big players, to PVH, one of the main American companies trading with apparel, H&M, Vogue, etc. So there were a number of very big names. And the idea was, if we can persuade these big names, these big companies, to sell Ethiopia as a good place to produce apparel, and to use Ethiopia as a beacon of this new concept of made in Africa, which actually many of these firms were quite keen on because they wanted to diversify away from Asia and all the bad publicity that they've got in Asia over the last 10 years or so, 15 years or so. So they thought this was a good idea. Made in Africa, Ethiopia as a hub of made in Africa. And it did work. And there are a couple, at least 2 or 3, but especially 2 industrial parks, which were anchored to these firms. One was H&M, and the other one which is the one that has received a lot of media attention, is Hawassa Industrial Park, which was connected to PVH. So in that industrial park, in fact, PVH went even further and established their own factory. In fact, PVH, they do not have factories anywhere. They have lots of providers, but they wanted to lead by example, and they set up their own factory, to test new technologies, etc., and also to use it as a way of attracting some of the leading suppliers who were operating in China, in Vietnam, and other parts of Asia. So it was a very careful, targeted approach, which did pay off at the beginning and did create one of the most impressive industrial parks in the country, and also for African context. So I've mentioned before the role of China. I think just a little parenthesis to show the extent to which this is potentially contributing to this process, not only in Ethiopia, but potentially in other African countries. And China has been present in these 4 elements of support to Africa's industrialization. Quite clearly, the finance of infrastructure and the direct building of infrastructure through EPC contracts, primarily focused on energy and roads, dams, etc., has been remarkable. Ethiopia is obviously a very clear example, but there are many other African countries that have benefited from this. Foreign direct investments, very interesting. Compared to other sources of FDI, China stands out as pretty much the only one that really focuses much more on in manufacturing, whereas the other sources of FDI, follow the usual pattern of focusing on the extractive sector, using Chinese developed technology to use African markets as a sort of a way of globalizing that technology, so therefore access to suitable and affordable technology, especially for low technology sectors like textile and apparel, and this idea of patient capital finance for manufacturing investments as well, with the role played by different Chinese state finance institutions, both central level, but also at provincial and local level, been supporting groups of Chinese investors going to Ethiopia. And this was one of the biggest surveys of Chinese firms in Africa, which shows that a significant proportion of these investments were focused not so much on the extractive sector, but on manufacturing. This is clearly a new phenomenon for those who know the history of FDI in Africa. This translated in a very rapid acceleration in the creation of manufacturing jobs from a very low base by foreign direct investment. And you see there that Chinese firms represent a very large share of that. Several thousands of new jobs created, mostly in this industrial park. And the prospect was to continue that trend of acceleration from 2017 or 18 onwards. But unfortunately, the situation changed in the last 2 years, as I'll explain in a minute. So this is the typical image of your factory, foreign-owned factory in one of these industrial parks with mostly female labor force, pretty much reproducing the kinds of patterns that you find in some of the low-income countries in Asia. Bangladesh is pretty much, the main comparator when it comes to Ethiopia as a source of these kinds of jobs. What's interesting about this is that one thing that, again, in terms of the challenges of developing this industrial policy and accelerating industrialization, was that this Ethiopian government was far too optimistic about this idea that, oh, we've got this plentiful, cheap labor in the country that is going to be the big attractive point. And also, people are going to flock those factories because, they don't have any other options. Well, the situation is that since 2016, but especially 2018 onwards, labor conflicts in industrial parks and in factories has been quite remarkable. And we've been doing research on that. We've written about that. So there's a significant paradox there with this idea that, you've got this docile, readily available labor force there, and they're not going to create problems was a challenge that the government didn't expect. And the point here is that, building an industrial workforce, as we know from the history of other countries, is quite a complicated process. And it's not something that happens overnight. So, it takes decades, to get this right. So they're learning. I mean, this is one of the things that, if you ask Ethiopian policymakers, this is one of the big lessons they've got of the first years of experience of this. And you can see there some examples of these industrial parks, quite sort of brand new. Hawassa, which is the one on the top left, is not only known because the infrastructure there is quite decent, but also is one of the most environmentally friendly industrial parks in the world, and certainly in Africa. And that was one of the requirements from PVH to say, we're not going to operate there unless this is used as an example for the rest of the world of no emissions, et cetera, et cetera. So, high level technology in terms of the management of waste, which is a major preoccupation in anyone developing textile and apparel industries. And also the other example you have there is an industrial park set up by one company, one of the leading Chinese investors there. And so you also have that kind of process of one company trying to establish industrial parks. And then this was the first attempt to manifestation of industrial park before the government stepped in. This was the Chinese investors setting up the first proper industrial park in Ethiopia, the Eastern Industrial Zone. So there's a variety of experiences there as well. But I'll end with a slightly less optimistic note. And this politics bites back, reality checks. All this happened in a very fragile political settlement. It's interesting that when you talk to investors at the time when we were doing research in 2016, 17, 18, one of the things they always tended to say about Ethiopia, why did it come to Ethiopia, about the usual things, electricity is cheap and labor force is cheap. They also mentioned AGOA. AGOA was an important incentive, although it's not necessarily the main reason they went there. They say political stability. We've got political stability because they have this perception of Africa being messy and complicated and risky and all that. So Ethiopia is great. You've got political stability. You have a strong state. They used to say this strong state. We've got direct line. If there's any challenges, any problems, we've got a government that is really fully committed to the industrialization effort, and they're there to support us. Well, they clearly didn't read Ethiopian history because Ethiopian history is actually very, very complicated. And at the time when all this was happening, the political settlement was based on these politics of ethnic federalism, which was always very, very fragile. Of course, these emerged by necessity after the civil war, which ended in 1991 with the demise of the previous regime, the Derg. And at that time, they had to create this political settlement in order for all these different groups to be able to coexist within the same nation. Unfortunately, that settlement became more and more fragile, and the response from the regime at the time was more towards sticks than carrots. And that generated further discontent that eventually resulted in eruption of riots, demonstrations, and widespread political mobilization. Particularly, the first time that they had the state of emergency was in 2016, October, which was right at the time where many of these investors were starting. So that was the main thing. So we moved very, very quickly from being a beacon of political stability and government control to a state of war. As you know, Ethiopia now is in a state of war, internal war. Now it's a bit more low intensity, but that has led to knock-on effect of international sanctions, which have included the suspension of AGOA. So pretty much, many of these investors have found themselves in a sort of complicated setting where they no longer have AGOA, and they no longer have any guarantee that that government, that regime is going to be in place over the next few months, quite apart from other kinds of disruptions. So the first effects have been felt, and that factory that I mentioned before was shut down. PVH shut down its factory last November. Primarily, probably because of pressures from the US government. I mean, this is just a bit of speculation, but this is likely to be one of the key factors. You can't be operating in a country that is under these sanctions and in this sorry state. So that's where we are. This is not the end of the experiment, in the sense that perhaps one of the most striking things is not that that company has closed that factory, or that some of the companies are sort of on the brink, is that a lot of companies are still there operating. So the resilience is actually quite remarkable, and frankly not something that I expected. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to leave, within a few months or next year if the situation doesn't change. But you can see here that we can spend hours talking about industrial policy and the various mechanisms, policy packages. But if the basics are not there and you get into that sort of scenario, then everything goes out of the window. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're overextending already. I hope the audience has and the speakers have enough patience to stick with us for a few more minutes and at least a round of Q&A. I'm going to open the floor to whoever wants to talk, or you speakers can talk to speakers too, if either of you want to comment upon each other's presentations. Anybody wants to break the ice? Okay, you can.
On your final note, it comes to my mind, maybe, I don't know if this is a naive question or a cliche question or a commentary, but it comes to my mind immediately. The fact that China had intervened and set the tone for successful implementation of industrial policy seemed to be was going in that path, that somewhat the intervention of the US perhaps create instability on purpose to counteract the apparent success story, given China is a competitor of the US. Would that be presumptuous on my part?
Shall we take some?
Yeah. Let's take a round of
let's take a round.
Questions or comments.
On the same note, and we discussed this issue of the political economy supporting industry this morning a lot. It would be interesting to hear from our friends who presented about these companies, right? If they could say a bit more about what was happening in these countries, what was the political economy conditions. I have some hypotheses there, but I would like to hear from your research. What did you find that because you articulated the concept of embedded autonomy in a quite different way from Peter Evans. Actually, you flipped it the other way around, right? So it was not about the state being embedded and autonomous, but actually the company being able to not be too much messed around by the state. So I'm curious to understand your political economy analysis of that, because it's so conditional on understanding what happened in that context.
Take more questions, or shall we take more questions, or maybe?
Yeah, more questions.
Yeah, I have a couple of I mean, on a different topic altogether. More, I'm curious about something that has not been, to my eyes, mentioned enough, or not very explicitly throughout the day, which is how to turn success cases that concentrate in particular technological realms or in big players like Samsung or the other electronic companies that you mentioned. I'm looking at the screen now. I don't know if I have to look there or there, but okay, I'm trying to look at the screen. So for a political for an industrial policy to modestize, deserve the name, it's not just a success in a particular technological realm or success in fostering a global champion. These global champions, these technological developments should somehow permeate the, I don't know how to put this more broadly, for these to be transformative and actually productivity enhancing or transformative in any other way. So my I guess question, or I would love a reflection on this on the part of the first group of speakers. Do you believe that fostering these national champions in a particular technological realm actually somehow moved and permeated throughout? I mean, are these important sources of the what we call success in industrial policy? And how come? I mean, how do you turn the fostering of a global champion or the investment? I mean, I can understand in very little countries you can put your eggs in the just in one basket, and that's fine because it's a little country, and just to push in a particular technological sector might be enough. But for really, I think I'm repeating myself. I think the question is clear: how to make these bets transformative in a more broad manner. And I have a question for Antonio also. Something that I keep thinking about when I see your matrix applied to different case studies. How can your matrix, do you think, be used not only for analysis of cases, but be turned into somewhat a normative something? I mean, I know the answer would be no, normative in the sense of a checklist of policy. No, it depends on many things, among them conflict and political economy and institutional contexts. But do you perceive your matrix to be normative in any way? What are we supposed to see in that matrix for us to say, yeah, here we are facing up, an industrial policy that deserves the name, that looks good. Okay. And sorry, I don't have a question for you.
No worries.
I love the topic, and I'm very into China in all senses, but I think I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
There's one question from Alejandro.
Alejandro.
No, Alejandro is online.
Alejandro is online. Okay. Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't see your hand. Sorry, Alejandro. Go.
It's muted.
You're muted.
Okay. Now do you hear me, right?
Yes.
Well, first of all, sorry for my English is awful, but I try to make me be understood. I have a couple of doubts, one for Antonio and another one for Carlos. The first one for Carlos has to be with the capacity, the importance and the margin of actuation of the Chinese investors in this conformation of a new urban worker class in Ethiopia. I mean, till what point has the Chinese inversors, until what point are they relevant in the rural transbase from rural to cities? Because I know that Ethiopia is immensely rural nation. So I want to know if foreign inversion has a role in that transbase, or is purely made by the state. And the second one for Antonio has to do with because I have had a sensation in his exposition that all of the policy capacities and the industrial policies are related to the intern or yes, of the intern capacities of the state to regulate his inner dynamics. But I am thinking in states like Spain that are how do you say? Let me search for the word. Immersed in a frame of accumulation like the European Union, that si me podéis traducir, que no me sale la palabra, restringen
constrain.
Yeah, that they constrain it without a certain labor division. So, for example, Spain has an appreciated currency and cannot do export policies, or it's very hard to Spain to do so. So, what are the what is the capacity of actuation from industrial policies in such a case where you are in a very specific configuration of on an ecosystem of accumulation like Spain in the European Union?
Thank you. I think that's good enough for returning the voice to the speakers. So in whatever order, maybe you wanna start, Fuad and Reda and Gary.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks. I'll try to address two really good questions in the order. Thanks, Antonio. Indeed, one important point is this that we raised is the fact that these firms were autonomous, and you mentioned exactly this also embeddedness, which mirrors right what Peter Evans was describing about these kind of development institutions. Now, what we argue in the paper is that, in a sense, these private firms were autonomous thanks to the shield offered by these development institutions, right? So the fact that the EPB in Korea had some autonomy, the Economic Development Board in Singapore had the autonomy, MITI, to have these firms being shielded from political meddling, right? But as you mentioned, the politics were very different. So in a sense, it's nice because we have extreme examples, right? So you have on one hand, right, a democracy, although we can discuss kind of the details of its functioning in Japan, right? With extreme instability, right? They had pretty much new prime minister every year or almost every year, but in the background, right, it was always the same party, right? And then you have hyper stability in Singapore. Okay, so you have these two extreme, but then in the end, they manage all of them in all these cases. Like you can say that Korea was a bit in the middle to have an autonomy thanks to different, let's say, strategies. So what happens, for example, in Korea and in the case of Singapore, it was a direct channel and connection with Park Chung-hee, right? They have monthly meetings, and pretty much Park Chung-hee gave them or offered them protection protection for a long time, right? So they met with him. They had to comply with the objective of the executive, of course, but at the same time, this direct link or with Park Chung-hee offered them protection from the rest or meddling from political system. Again, Korea is interesting because at some point, then the system changed. So Fuad was mentioning things were not as smooth or as homogeneous as one might think, right? So when things started changing in the 80s, Samsung adapted to this new system and tried to have, well, a new form of embeddedness, okay? So then you have MITI, which is kind of a hidden, in a sense, hidden state, right? They had their own hierarchy of these students from Todai who would promote each other, right? Very far from the political system. I don't know if you, I'm sure you're aware of Kalmer Johnson's right book on Japan, but pretty much the politicians did not appoint the most powerful person in MITI, which was the deputy minister. It's always from basically Todai University. The current one appoints his heir. So in a sense, they created sort of elite or a technocracy, hidden or shielded from the kind of the vagaries of the political system. No, Singapore is a bit different. Again, the EDB was shielding them. So yes, each one has very different politics, but in the end, I guess our main message, if you want, in terms of applying this to new context, is that there was always a development, or always, in most cases, a development institution that was shielded from the political vagaries, and then these private firms adapted right to this. There was always a link, this interplay between these development institutions and these private firms, always a dialogue, not always smooth. In the case of Japan and this consortium, there are actually a lot of conflicts. The firms didn't really follow what MITI wanted, but in the end, it kind of still worked out well. So these are just very quick thoughts on these questions. I'm sure Fuad can add. On the second question of Clara, on the bets, how important it was to have these champions. I mean, my first reaction is very important. If you look at the granularity of exports until today, so Taiwan's, most of their exports are electronics, and it's mostly TSMC, right? Extremely granular. Electronics exports play a very big role in Korea, and then you can look at automotive, right? And actually, it's true for a lot of advanced countries too. So the fact that these champions represent such big chunks of their exports is kind of a proof that they play a big role. Now you can look at, their effect, because behind them there's a networks of suppliers, so it's much more, so it's pretty dense. It's not just a firm of bets. That's a very important question because again, these different examples give us different models. In the case of Korea, it was not a bet on one player, right? Pretty much every chaebol was forced to go into every sector, but in the end, they had to restructure. There was a lot of failure, and every sector restructured. And what you have is that different chaebols being champions in different sectors. So it was not kind of putting all their eggs in one basket, right? It was a more chaotic, if you want, process. And in the end, kind of one champion emerged more or less naturally. Taiwan is very peculiar in the sense that E3 was extremely successful since the beginning, right? Most of their spin-offs were successful. The 2-3 first spin-offs actually became super successes, no? UMC and TSMC. So in that sense, you can say, well, is it a mix of luck or the strategies? But it worked out pretty well. So difficult to say, to what extent they were taking risks, but at the same time, the support given, right? They supported them for a very long time. So, maybe if they're stubborn enough, things work out. Our kind of half success is Singapore, which was sold later. I mean, in the paper, we kind of mentioned the fact that maybe they didn't push enough in terms of R&D and in terms of export and learning by doing. But again, so just that tells you that if you rely on one champion, things may not work out always. So perhaps the ideal strategy is to invest in different players, right? And then use, if I use the expression of, Joe Studwell, basically calling, at some point restructure and then a champion emerge. And then the implication of that is, well, man, in the end, you have to be careful about the sector you enter in. You really need to have the deep pocket or be resilient if you want, and then at some point restructure to let the kind of the champions emerge. And the idea is that, well, you're not losing the whole sector, right? Some firms may fail, but in the end, the sector itself doesn't disappear. So these are relatively quick reactions. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Antonio and Clara, for the questions.
Thank you very much.
Gary, you want to maybe say something, and I can add a couple of things, but go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe just really quick fact. And one of the things that I really enjoyed looking at the paper was that there was this story about how in Samsung, they had a seniority system where you get promoted not because of your merit, but because of how many years you stay in the company. So by the 1990s, they had all these people who were staying in the company for 40, 50 years, and then they were promoted to general manager, which is the highest you can get in the company. And then so there was a figure where by 1993, there were so many general managers that everyone had the title of general manager, but only 40% of those with that title have an actual post. And you have 60% of other people who do anything in the company. So I think that really struck me because it showed all these firms that we were looking at, although they were major champions, they were not perfect. And there were a lot of economic inefficiency associated with it. And as Fa and Rita also mentioned, CSM was sold to another companies. But I think what's really important here was that the state played a very big role through its industrial policy. And the 4A framework that we came up with was an attempt to kind of summarize some of the really important things that we saw the states doing. And Rita said a lot about autonomy and adaptability already. Thank you.
Let me just add one more thing on the question that Clara has raised. Rita already answered pretty well Antonio's question. So I think the key thing here is, but also it's the industry, and I think that is one point we also made in our previous work, that it's really about the focus of the industry, and in that sense, sophisticated industries, which to a large extent are manufacturing industries, give you this opportunity because it creates spillovers, it creates linkages, jobs, and you name it, right? So it's productivity gains, right? And that's how it also permeates into the wider economy because of these spillovers, linkages, and productivity gains, right? Even the non-tradable sectors become better at whatever they do and higher and more higher paid jobs as well. So in that regard, these companies were actually quite important because they've created this, they were like beachheads in their industries, and they've created this opportunity. Thank you.
Sure. Can I just comment 1 second in reaction to what they just said? Because I think it's very interesting to keep it as dialogic and critical and so on as possible. I think what worries me about your interpretation is that you are sort of saying they were succeeding because the political was not messing around too much. And I would actually say that probably was the opposite. There was a sort of political and lack of fragmentation that was allowing actually a very strong symbiotic relationship between a very strong state, very hands-on state on the specific companies, but these specific companies had very strong aligned interest with the state. And that's why, as you said, we had these situations where all the Samsung general managers were at some point, or the big players there were at some point into corruption or other type of things, because effectively was not corruption, was their way of keeping a relationship, very strict relationship with the state that was in the interest of the Samsung Inc., the company which was the country, and the country which was the company. So there was a sort of alignment there that we find in many other countries, which we don't find, unfortunately, in countries like you were talking about, how simple it was for Samsung to call the president. I work in Uganda, where the president was called by the company, but clearly Museveni was not interested in doing anything particularly productive with whatever the companies were trying to do there. So I think we need to be careful in thinking that understand the political economy of that. And I think the work that people have done in this space, from Ali Samson, Arjun, Mustak, critical perspective on that, I think they can help us really in unpacking the political economic conditions that made some of these countries able for a certain period of time to sustain that alignment of interest and alignment of organizational power in that context. But that's just a comment. I come back to your point, and then you have two basically questions. One, I guess, was for everyone around the selection of sectors, not sectors, and so on, and then the issues around the normativity, and then I finish with the policy space with European Union that Alejandro was mentioning before.
Sorry, allow me to say that that there's a question in the chat that links to. Sorry, suddenly I cannot open it. That links to my question. So I'm going to read it out loud so that you can maybe join that. It says, actually, Angela says, a question for Antonio following up on Clara's question. I was wondering whether the matrix can be used to characterize a set of typologies of industrial policy, or is it simply a set of criteria through which one can look at individual country experiences in IP? So it links to the normativity thing, but it's a different question on the
yeah. Okay, I'll start with that and then I go to the sector. So maybe it works better in that way. So I don't know if Robert Wade is still around, but one of his typical example from Taiwan was that he told me many times was that, he was shocked by seeing that the state bureaucracy there was using things like input-out tables just to see, with all the roughness of that, why specific cells, the coefficient for the non-economist, basically the relationship between input and output between sector was actually not picking up. So the number was very low, meaning that the country was not able to produce a specific component along, let's say, in electronics or whatever it was, right? Now, in a similar way, all tools that allow us to visualize how we sort of do things, right, in terms of industrial policy making, I think are helpful, not so much because they map out things, but allow us to see the extent to which we are missing opportunities to align a set of policies. So I'll give you an example. In that paper or in other, you can see, in the case of the UK, when we were involved in discussing with government about what they were doing, so there was a part of the government which was looking at the 8th grade technologies, right? This was happening in the beginning of the 2010. In Germany, there were similar type of initiative in the US as well. And all this was about what are going to be the technologies of the future. And then there was another part of the work which was looking at skills policy. And you could see that there were two kind of so highly complementary intervention that were designing, having in mind completely different things. And then there were the sectoral interventions, which had nothing to do with the technologies that were selected. So you think like, okay, so is the government thinking in a joined up way about what is strategically trying to achieve here? Or in fact, it's not the case. So for me, trying to, doesn't matter what tools we use, but to try to recognize that, as the classical development economists always told us, doesn't matter if you are underdeveloped or more developed, there is always a structural coordination problem that doesn't happen naturally, right? You don't have all the ingredient there, right? Even for an economy which now is to transit towards green, even if you are Germany, you need to have some form of, you have some missing elements there that are not aligned with the rest of the economic structure, which will require some intervention. And this intervention needs to be targeted enough to unlock this dualism, these tensions in the economic structure that otherwise the market will not solve for the reason we know. So for me, all these tools are not about normativity, are about actually diagnostic tools to sort of focusing device around problems in policy design. And of course, as Carlo was saying, it's not just a technical exercise, right? The fact that these things were not aligned in the UK or are not normally aligned across countries is because you have fragmentation in the government, right? Because you have very particular interests that are actually pushing in different directions. I was working for some time with Uganda government for the UNDP, and I did this exercise. We had a retreat to discuss their industrial strategy. And I said, okay, let's, instead of saying we put the budget here and there, let's say that we have a problem, we put the money around that problem, and we allocate funding depending on what the different ministries do to solve that type of problem. That was a way of saying, can you align your interventions around the specific issue? Of course, no one wanted to do it, right? Because everyone was trying to allocate funding in their own part, right? So that's the way in which I would consider that issue as a way of understanding really, it's a sort of meta level of analysis to understand and reflect on how the government is visualizing, understanding the problem itself. Now, one of the things that approach is trying to suggest is also this issue around what you select, right? And we all talked about the importance of selectivity. I'm slightly, I think I completely am like Rad and others, a Caldorian in that sense, right? Manufacturing and so on. But I think we need to learn more and more that it's not just a sectoral issue. It's what, if you do things in a manufacturing way, then it's sophisticated, right? If you industrialize agriculture, because you are doing it using organizational principle, technologies, and so on, that are of manufacturing typical processes, then it's basically manufacturing, right? If you do logistics in a way that works as a manufacturing process, material condition of wealth, and created massive, unbelievable amount of surplus. And so the problem is not simply using standard categories of sectors, also because sectoral categories don't mean anything anymore. Semiconductors go from the medical device to the microphones, to the mobile phone, to the TVs, and how do you define it, right? A car is no more a car, right? It's more software and sensors than piece of metals, right? So I think the targeting has to move towards understanding sort of capability domains that allow you to say, okay, you develop capacity in, for example, specific type of advanced materials. Now, then you apply these advanced materials in packaging for agriculture, new wind turbine, new solar panel that you can fold on the ground, and so on and so forth. And in fact, this is what you find in those very rich ecosystems. We're talking about regional ecosystem and so on, that are able to transform. They're not able to transform because they do automotive and they are more sophisticated in doing automotive. It's because they were doing automotive and they realized that these capabilities can be used to do medical device, aerospace, and then something else, right? So that innovative industrial restructuring that happens in places that are successful, it's not a sectoral targeting. It's about how you think about what are the underpinning capability domains that matter there. And this is actually an important policy element. Lots of the technology institute like the ITRI, where they were mentioning, Fraunhofer's, they don't operate anymore in sectoral terms. So they don't have sector-specific institutes. They have capability-specific institute, right? The advanced materials, the photonics, the injection, whatever it is, right? Last point, the Spanish issue. So I think in the 50s, sorry, I keep talking about Germany now. I'm becoming a sort of, I'm Italian, but not German, by the way. In the 50s, Germany deliberately decided that introduce minimum salaries because they realized that was a very bad idea to develop, industrialize, or develop competitiveness by having cheap salaries, right? The idea was if you want to have better machinery and you want to have, investment in technology and so on, salaries have to remain relatively high. They forgot that lesson. In my own countries, they were doing the opposite. They were actually, for a long time, devaluating the currency. And then when they could not devaluate the currency anymore, they started playing on cheap labor, right? They compressed the wages. So what I'm trying to say is that there are a number of restrictions at the European level that make difficult to do certain type of industrial policy. Some are not particularly bad, actually. It's good that we don't compete in cheap labor, or we don't compete in devaluating the currency to have products that go in the international market. So these are not the reason why we should be concerned about the European framework. The problem is more about things related to, for example, procurement, things related to smart policies that don't mean anything too much for really the depressed regions. And so the smart region becomes smarter and the depressed region become even more depressed, and so on and so forth. So the problem is more how you use that space that exists in a strategic way to address the imbalances that have been emerging in European context more and more. So I would not be too much concerned about the framework itself. There is much more space that governments don't use that could be used also in the context of Spain, in Italy, and so on. One of the arguments of my colleagues for Brexit from the left was we need to leave because in the UK we cannot do industrial policy. The reality was that we were not doing industrial policy in the UK because the government was actually unable to do it and lost state capacity. There was no political economy supporting that. The interests were somewhere else. And the argument was we cannot do it because there is the European Union. The counterfact, the simple counterfact is, why we don't do the things that in Germany, in Denmark, in other countries which are in the European Union could be done in Italy, could be done in Spain. So is it a matter of the framework or is it a matter of what is the political economy and the state capacity in each of these countries? I'd stop there.
Good. So we're running out of time. We've already gone over time.
I mean, we've come so much over time that, you know, extraofficially we could extend as much as people can hold there.
Okay, let me
But,
just
yeah.
go to the two questions that and make a comment on the issue of the wider economy, spillover effects and so on, with the example of Ethiopia. On the US intervention creating more instability, whether that is a reflection of its, you know, this new Cold War with China, I wouldn't say that's the case. I don't think the US intervened in this way because of, you know, trying to reduce China's influence in Ethiopia. I think it's the situation. What really reflected was two very different approaches to violence, to political instability in anywhere in the world, but in this case in Africa, and particularly in Ethiopia, which is China follows a very consistent and strict non-interference in domestic affairs policy. And they're very consistent. So no matter what happens anywhere where they have a significant presence, and Ethiopia is a clear case, they will not intervene. Now, whether they do something behind the scenes, try to you know, get a settlement of sorts, that might happen, who knows, but that's only speculation. But clearly, you will not see that coming from China. And the US is the opposite, especially the post-Trump US. Bear in mind that they are not just driven by this idea that the US has a duty to interfere in complicated by the fact that this situation sometimes permeates the US domestic political debate. And it's difficult to understand US's aggressive stance vis-a-vis the Ethiopian government during the conflict without understanding the role of Ethiopian diaspora in the United States and the pressures and the lobbies on Congress members. And you have two sides here, obviously, the Tigray diaspora and the rest of the Ethiopian diaspora pushing in very, very different directions. I think what clearly is misguided, I would say, is the direction and the nature of the sanctions policy. I think the suspension of AGOA, although probably, you know, the US government might argue that, well, it's inevitable given AGOA's framework, but that was a very, very silly intervention, because once a country is suspended, it takes at least a year, if not longer, to go back if things change. And investors don't have that kind of time if AGOA is a major. So at the end of the day, and this is an argument that came from Ethiopia, and they were basically punishing those who were getting jobs in these industrial parks. So they were punishing the companies more than the Ethiopian government. So it wouldn't be the most effective type of intervention to get a settlement. And also, they do know that the politics of Ethiopia is extremely complicated, and these kinds of sanctions will not get them very far anyway. So it's, yeah, it can potentially drive more instability and more problems. And by the way, you know, the current regime, the Abiy's regime, is not particularly close, I mean, closer to China than it was the previous regime. In fact, Abiy's regime is just been moving, you know, quite strongly towards the Middle East, to Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and so on, in terms of sphere of influence. So that is complicating the geopolitics of all these even more. On the question from Alejandro, who I think is still there, yeah, definitely, rural-urban migration is a very important part of this story. In our own research, we did find that a very, very high proportion of the people, you know, 70% of them being women, who got these jobs in these industrial parks, in these foreign-owned firms, were coming from rural areas. Whether that was a sort of natural, organic dynamic going on because of the dynamics of rural-urban migration, which is very significant in Ethiopia nowadays, or whether there were some direct interventions that facilitated this, that's an empirical question. But I think there were signs, certainly in certain areas where we did our research, and notably Hawassa, where you could clearly see that state intervention was deliberate to maximize the proportion, the share of workers who were coming from distant rural areas and getting these jobs. And going back to the political economy of these issues, this was a deliberate political decision, in the sense that under the politics of ethnic federalism, the construction of industrial parks and the attraction of investments to these industrial parks also followed the logic of spreading the benefits of industrialization across the different regions of the country. So avoiding precisely the kind of agglomeration that you would expect in a process of industrialization, and saying, actually, these benefits need to be shared by all our regions, the regions which function like almost like states. And therefore, we need to make sure that jobs are created that are shared across regions. So that was, in a sense, the government introduced in some places a labor sourcing system, which was actually quite interventionist and basically moving people from different areas to make sure that this had also some political outcomes. Obviously, it didn't work that well for the reasons I've mentioned before, but it's contributed a lot to this dynamic of rural-urban migration towards industrial parks, for sure. And sorry, just one comment on the wider effects. And for example, in the case of Ethiopia, this is one of the issues that is now widely discussed, is the weakness of the linkages and spillover effects onto the rest of the economy. And in fact, one of the coordination failures that were partly manifested in some of the industrial parks was the lack of connection with municipalities. Municipalities which were around these industrial parks were not sufficiently resourced and supported in order to create or generate the kind of ecosystem that could be emerging potentially from these investments. So this was partly because of capacities. They can't do everything at the same time. Not all good things go together, but clearly some resources and some additional forms of support could have been put in place in order to at least generate the conditions for domestic suppliers starting to get some linkages to these emerging industrial parks and avoiding this enclave type of dynamic, which has happened in some cases.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we should call it a day. It was great. I'm extremely grateful to all of the speakers, the audience, all the interesting talks and questions that we heard throughout the day. What else can I say? It's been an honor, really, to have such references in industrial policy, different specialized in different regions, different sectors, different realms, all of them relevant for industrial policy making. And that's it. Thank you very much. And I really hope we all keep trying to figure out how to make this comeback real and fruitful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. Thanks, Carlos, Antonio. Great to see you guys.
Thank you, Vera, Fuad, and Gary. I think Angela was still around. Thank you and goodbye.